Hello again everybody, welcome back. Welcome to Australia as well. Good evening to those of you in Australia and that side of the world as well, Australia, New Zealand, so on and so forth. Today we've got a really nice preview to go and enjoy. Brand new scenery releasing this weekend at some point. I think AUScene may have said the 22nd of April. But yeah, only a few more days left to wait for this. They're going to be releasing a brand new Hamilton Island scenery, the Great Barrier Reef Airport, for Microsoft Flight Simulator very soon. So, what we're doing today is we're heading out of Brisbane on VATSIM in the PMDG 737-800, flying a Virgin Australia route up to Hamilton Island. We're going to then turn around and fly back again. The way I'd probably describe it, or the best way I'd probably describe Hamilton Island is kind of like the Skiathos of Australia. In effect, it's got an incredibly short runway, and it's going to be very interesting for us today as well, flying in for the first time. So I'm really looking forward to this. Thank you to AUScene for sending it over my way for the purpose of a preview stream as well. Of course, we've wound the time back. It's already darkness in Australia, being plus many hours GMT. So we've wound the time backwards to around about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so we get the most out of the scenery and fly in and out of there quite nicely as well and enjoy it. Prolinks, Badger, Lazarus, Rab, Tim, loads of channel members in the live chat. Wow, in fact, all green so far. Great to have you guys on board with us. Welcome. Justin, g'day to you as well. Thank you as well, Justin, for hitting up AUScene, sending them my way. Really appreciate that. Rab as well. Hello, Dan, Patrick, Hergy, not Kennedy, Joey Goofy. Hello. Rab saying Brisbane at sunrise is stunning and enjoying the livery as well. Yeah, very tight at the wings there, Prolinks, isn't it? David A, good morning. Living on a player, Graham. Good day to you. Doc as well. Hello. Just landed in Bangkok, Don Muang. Hope the 2 flights you've done today have been good, Doc. Let's dive in. All the pre-flights pretty much done. 2 fairly busy sectors today, about 2 hours in length. So we're going to dive straight in with the briefing. Starting at gate 43 here at Brisbane, we're going to push start facing north. We're going to taxi out Charlie 5 up to Bravo Yankee, and then, in fact no, sorry, left onto Zulu, then onto Sierra, up to Sierra 1 or Tango 1, runway 19 right for a departure southbound initially on the BIXAD 1 RNAV departure towards Brisbane, towards the city. We've got the Orbex cityscape installed as well, heading southbound 196 towards the city. Should get some really nice views there, and then turning rightbound to Togin. Then up to Albub, max 240 knots until Albub, climbing up all the way through towards at least 10,000 feet, which is the transition altitude at Brisbane. Out onto the coast to Amble, D-Bay, Bukbu, and then BIXAD, like so. From there, heading northbound all the way up the coastline. There we are. Bloody ripper. Capri down to Hamilton Island, where we're going to fly a very interesting approach. It's going to be quite a technical approach actually. RMP Yankee AR runway 14, which looks like that. No idea what to expect until we get in there to do it, but it's going to be interesting. It's going to require us to be configuring as we overfly the airfield actually, because this looks very tight to be fair. So yeah, certainly going to be interesting. We'll go through that once we get airborne. Let's deal with the departure first. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Great to have you on board. Make sure you hit like and subscribe down below as well. AirDog, welcome. We can fire the APU up as well. That's already running. Your damper can go on as well. Check the APU gen. And in the meantime, we can go GSX. Prepare for pushback and departure. Parking brake is on. Let's get rid of the chocks. APU bleeds. We'll leave the packs on for now, but we'll turn them off imminently when we do start to think about engine start. Grant, hello to you. Wow, 22 months, been a member with us now. Gold Frequent Flyer. It has been a long time. Thank you for the ongoing support, Grant. Really appreciate that, buddy. Dog as well, been with us for a month now as well. Thank you to you too. Mate, I love Australia. Actually moving in 3 years. Wow. So you're moving to Australia in 3 years then? I wish I'd visited Australia. We mentioned a couple of streams back there was a job opportunity in Western Australia for me that I could have, I would have been eligible to apply for. Me and the missus could have moved over there, but it's too much of a risk really. We've both never been to Australia, so for us to then go, you know what, let's go live there. But it's a huge gamble, so we couldn't really take that risk. Justin, very nice. Yeah, it was Perth we were looking at. By the way, those of you in Australia that fly for Osprey, this morning I've sorted out a couple more routes for us to go and fly around Australia with, into and out in Hamilton as well. There's a scheduled service out of Sydney and Brisbane for Hamilton Island now, in addition to the extra ones created for today. And then also we've got some routes Sydney to Perth, Perth and Sydney. So there and back, Sydney to Brisbane and back as well for some shorter hops. Those right, tail left, that's the one we want. Brisbane traffic velocity 1495, gate 43. Push and start to face north, Brisbane traffic.
Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push. All engines
Anti-collision lights on. Packs off. APU bleed is on. We need pumps. Centre tanks are almost empty anyway, but they have got fuel in them, so we need to make use of them. Low pressure lights off. Ignition mode ground. Brake heat's on automatic for this particular model. I'm watching the N2. We've got the short field package installed today, so those of you flying the 737, you need to make sure you've got that selected. We have got a custom GSX profile installed for Brisbane, but it's a little bit hit and miss. Boarding was a bit interesting. And the actual spot positions of the aircraft wasn't quite right. The passenger boarding as well, that hadn't been done particularly well either. You up? Good afternoon. Wow, Doc. No, sorry. Airdog's moving to Sydney. Very nice. Where from, if you don't mind me asking? Big old pushback. We'll dive back in here because we've got engine 1 to start to. So ignition mode ground. Auto ignition today for these. We could stay in the right habit, the good habit of put it on to continuous. Ignition mode, sorry, engine fuel control cut off lever to run. And Brisbane's looking quite nice in 4K actually, it has to be said. Lots of airlines actually operate this route too, so when they do release the Hamilton Island scenery for MSFS, you can choose Jetstar, Qantas, Virgin Australia. Those of you flying for Osprey can use Osprey as well now with New Sky. We've set up the routes for that too. This is a long push, wow.
Please set parking brakes.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
1, 2. Check the outputs generators. They're fine. Up here then, we'll pop the probe heats on. That's switched back to auto. Recirc fans automatic. Packs automatic. Engine bleeds on. Isolation valve automatic. Pressurization panel is set. Hydraulics, yaw dampers. APU off. Flap 5 for departure. 1, 2, 5.
Unlocking gear.
And we've got our speed set as well. So V1 143, rotate 144, V2 148, add the 10 158. Runway heading is set, MCP set as well for 10,000 for the climb. LNAV, VNAV, Auto thrust.
Bypass pin right.
Auto brake is on RTO already. Flight control surfaces.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
It's got this one where we just look at the hydraulic quantities move around.
Brisbane traffic, Osprey 3400, gate 44 Alpha. Pushing back.
Tim says, what have you settled with graphics wise then? I've got a 4070 Supreme based new rig being collected tomorrow. Did you go back to TAA or stick with DLSS? No, so I tried DLSS once. It was pretty rubbish, didn't have much of a difference. So what I've done is, so I've got DirectX 12, TAA and frame generation switched on, Tim. That's what we want. We're given the ground pin. Have a good trip. Happy days. Brisbane traffic velocity 1495, taxiing to hold point Sierra correction Tango 1 runway 19 right via Charlie 5 Bravo Zulu Sierra. Brisbane traffic. Andy, hello to you. Is it Hergy? The Great Barrier Reef. Can't remember what show that's from. It's nice to be back in the 737 as well. I do very much enjoy this aeroplane. Feel very at home with it, but which is bizarre because I was absolutely loving the A320 for a little while, the A320neo, more than anything else. But when this has then kind of arrived with a lot more complexity and more of a hands-on feel to it, it's just properly stolen my my interests in most of the other aircraft at the moment. It's really got me hooked, this this PMDG 737 NG series. Have some hello to you. We'll be heading over Mackie as well. Doc says from 2 flights today, he can conclude that AirAsia always taxi with one engine and they take off with the packs off. Interesting. Hello from Melbourne, Matthew. Welcome. Neil, up to you as well. We're on it. Obviously, it's very late in Australia at the moment, so we are on Unicom for probably all of today, but that's fine. These things happen. We've got some lovely scenery to enjoy, though. What we got? Yeah, we are on the centre line. Good. First time seeing Brisbane in 4K. And you guys seeing this part of the world in 2K 60 frames on the stream as well. Appreciate it, Matthew. Great to hear. It's not, yeah, 22:13 isn't too late, Herbies, but for some it is quite late still. Oh yes, the METAR. So, YBBN. The current weather here at Brisbane, we've got winds 200 degrees at 6 knots. Cav OK. Temperature of 19 degrees Celsius, the dew point's 12 degrees Celsius, and the QNH 1016. And welcome.
Osprey 3400, taxiing to holding point Tango 1, 19 right departure, Charlie 5, Bravo Zulu Sierra, Brisbane traffic.
Bacon, yeah, that's fair. I never had a 3070 though. We're on live weather, Arnaf, so don't mistake live weather for live time. If we go to live time, That's here where this little blue line is, which is super late. It's 10 o'clock in the evening, which then makes the arrival into Hamilton pointless because it's wonderfully scenic. Therefore, we've wound the time backwards. So when we arrive into Hamilton, it's going to be heading into the evening. It's now I've wound the time back to currently 3 o'clock local time in Australia, and we should then see Hamilton around evening time, which is quite nice. Departing then into the evening, arriving back into Brisbane around night. So that's the plan. But yeah, it's difficult to do a scenery showcase when it's pitch black. But we have got live weather on. Live weather is, we always use live weather. Passing Bravo 3. No, never been to Australia at all, Arnath. Really do want to though. Getting some weird behaviour from the Tobii eye tracker, so apparently that's looking straight ahead. And then when I turn my face slightly to the right, very weird. I've only noticed it the last couple of days. It's starting to, as if it's kind of moving on the mount slightly. Graham saying, funny thing is I'm running in 3440 and 1440, did a test with my 4K fuel, that's because the centre tanks are almost empty, so actually we're probably going to turn them off once we get to the hold point. We've still got a tad of fuel there, a little bit of fuel in the centre tank still feeding.
Traffic, French Baguette 105 Charlie Cessna, longitude, taxi al départ, runway 19 left.
Andy, is that you, is it? Giving us a little race. Long old taxi. Default scenery doesn't have 19 right still, I don't think. Only in the Orbeck scenery is this included. Delivery as well itself is part of a pack which I think a user called Anarude has painted. There's 6 liveries for Virgin Australia within the pack for the 737-800, all downloadable and installable via PTP formats in the operations centre. Yeah, it's only because the centre tanks, we had a very little bit of small bit of fuel in them, Tim. That's all. So we will we'll use what we can on the ground of it. We'll then turn the centre tanks off and then rerun it again. As you're saying, on a takeoff roll, that would have triggered a rejected takeoff, an aborted takeoff. Always worth noting though, if you've got fuel in the centre tanks, have a look to see what you've got as you're getting closer to the hole, because if you're near to 0.2 in the centre tanks, you're probably going to trigger a master caution for fuel on the takeoff roll. So you can avoid that by then turning the centre tanks off and just leaving that little bit of fuel in there.
Brisbane traffic, French Baguette 105 left and take off.
Between departures as well, we want a couple of minutes for separation. About 3 to 4 minutes separation is going to be sufficient and certainly probably quite sensible for today. because of the backtrack required at Hamilton Island. Price wise, I'm not sure how much it's going to be, but we'll find out in a few days when it does release. It'll be downloadable, installable via Contrail. And if you do end up purchasing it, a really nice way of supporting the channel is to go to the link contrail.shop/BritishAvGeek, and that will then allow you to purchase it at no extra cost, but it will then help. It's an affiliate link basically, so I'll earn a small percentage of commission for you clicking the affiliate link, and it's a really nice way of supporting the channel without having to pay for tips or anything like that. Certainly if you want to support the channel but have a limited budget, it's a really good way of helping. Oh, Arnath, that's a good question. What do you think is the best airport to buy for the Australian region in your opinion? At the moment I'll probably say Fly Tampa Sydney. That's certainly for the big airports. For the small airports, maybe this, Hamilton Island. Once we get there, we'll explore, we'll have a look. From very brief, a very brief look that I had the other day when I was creating the thumbnail for this yesterday, it looked stunning. It looked absolutely spectacular. So I'm looking forward to flying in over the island and having a little look. I don't think there's... So there's Melbourne... I can't remember the name. It's not the Melbourne International Airport, but there is the other Melbourne Airport, which is the home of Orbex. Is it Melbourne Hughenden or something like that? Matthew, no, never flown into Hamilton Island before. Yeah, it's, as we said earlier, it's like the Skiathos of Australia. Super short runway. I've done some performance calculations already with our estimated landing weight.
Brisbane traffic, Jetstar 821, pushing back gate 25, Brisbane.
And it's suggested that if we use auto brake 3 with reversers, we might end up overrunning. So we need to use auto brake max or manual brakes to stop in time, and flap 40 as well. It says so. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Essendon, that's it, or Avalon. There's the windsock. Always take note of where it is and the position of it in relation to the aircraft as well. Osprey ahead is departing. Justin saying that AUScene are offering Hamilton Island and the Great Barrier Reef World add-on for 47 Australian dollars. Brisbane traffic velocity 1495 is holding Tango 1 ready for departure in turn.
Brisbane traffic, Osprey 902, ticket off runway 190, departure Brisbane.
Odo, hello to you, welcome.
Victors to the south, then north. Osprey.
Has the merchandise you won, Vodo, been delivered yet? Hopefully it has. Now, I haven't heard anybody else call up to say that they are...
Off base 3400 Tango 1 for runway 19 left departure in line.
So there we go, that's worked out nicely. Fuel flow reset rate. Brisbane traffic, velocity 1495 is lining up with 19 right by Tango 1. Boss light strobe steady. Off he goes, lovely rotation. So about 2 minutes. Oh, Vodo Austria. Hopefully you're okay. Fingers crossed. So what do we got? Traffic mode is on. Let's bring the range ring in a tad. We'll bring it into 10 miles, just so we can see what's ahead of us and behind and around. TCAS is set. We're not worrying about the clock today. We'll pop the runway turn-off lights on. Centre tanks have been switched off. And we'll flop the landing lights on to extend and on. %, Badger. It's going to be interesting.
Traffic, Osprey 962, airborne 3000 feet, and maintaining the heading 194.
So trim is set, that's all good. Transponders on, radios all set, radios, auto brake RTO, flight directors on, LNAV, VNAV, auto thrust, fuel flow's been reset, bottom screen's off, master caution has been checked to make sure we've got the no fuel warning with the centre tanks there, the fuel pumps switched off. And everything else is ready. That's about 2 minutes. So yeah, pretty much as easy at AMDA there, or DAMDA, sorry. That should have us off and away. Brisbane traffic velocity 4095 is taking off runway 19 right, Big Sad 1 departure, Brisbane. So, thrust, setting 40% on the brakes. Release the brakes, engines, both temperatures and all that looks stable. Toga. Control visualizer is on the bottom left for you guys again, as always, so you can see what inputs are making on my controls. Cross set.
Brisbane traffic, Osprey 3400 lining up runway 19 right, Brisbane.
V1, rotate.
Oh, look at that, beautiful rotation. We'll keep the rotation going.
At 821 taxiing to
Positive
the
rate, gear up.
holding point.
That may have
for
been my
runway 19
smoothest
left,
departure ever.
via Charlie 2 Bravo Bravo 3 Brisbane.
Following the flight director still in manual flight for now. And then we can arm CMD engage with the gear up and the lights off. Runway turn off lights off as well. Pop those onto automatic. Done. Accelerating away through to flaps 1, towards flaps 1 at least. So as we go through that little 1 marker, we'll extend the flaps, retract the flaps, sorry, to flaps 1. Let's get rid of the control visualizer. No crazy crosswind does certainly help, yes. And there we go. We are away. En route to Hamilton Island then. Nice little noise abatement departure for us. Keeping it nice and quiet. Andrew, no you don't. That's a good question. Do you have to put the start switches to continuous even if they have auto ignition installed? No. Some people would say it's good practice to still select it to make sure that you do have them on. Where's the city, by the way? There it is. Look at that. Orbex Brisbane. Very nice.
Traffic, Osprey 3400, departing runway 19 right.
How stunning. Look at that.
By the Big Sad 1 departure. Brisbane.
Wow. Of course my drone camera would be on the wrong side of the aeroplane for this. Let's see what we can get from some wing views as well. Oh, look at that. That's fantastic. A little bit of blemishing there though on the river, which is interesting. So a complete different texture and colour of water there. But that is absolutely stunning. Hope you guys are enjoying that. If you haven't already run the stream into 2K, now's the time. What a departure. That is spectacular. See what we can do with drone camera very quickly here.
Brisbane traffic, jet 821 taking off runway 19 left. Brisbane.
Very cool. Absolutely lovely that. Very nice. Back round again, so we're going to get another view of the city. We'll keep this going all the way up to 360, our cruise altitude for today's first sector of 2. 36, checking the pressurization panel as well, making sure aeroplane's pressurizing normally. It is through 8,000 for the acceleration away. Couple of little pylons there as well. Look at Brisbane in the distance, both the airport and the city. Wow. Going to be smashing Valanta full of screenshots today. I've already got well, over 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 to upload. Wow, okay. May have gone on a screenshot frenzy. We've not even got to Hamilton Island yet. That was very, very nice for a departure. Congratulations, Brian. Happy anniversary to you and the wife. How long is the flight today? 93. It's about an hour, roughly from now, an hour and 15 each way. God, look how real that looks.
Brisbane traffic operate 3400 at flight level 5000.
Andrew says, I'm always fiddling with NVIDIA filters, but after seeing that, might just turn them off and stop fiddling. Yeah, so I don't have any NVIDIA filters on today. Haven't done for a long time, in fact. So I'm just running this in the default settings of NVIDIA with my RTX4090, my AMD Ryzen 9 7900X CPU, and ultra graphics. So I am running it in 4K on a 4K screen here, and then for you guys I'm able to output it in 2K 60 frames per second. Look at that. Absolute whopper of a scenery. And throughout the whole thing there we got 62 frames per second, which is where I've got my NVIDIA control panel locked at for the maximum frames per second in MSFS. So it doesn't sit there chasing it all the time. Oh god, you know what I've forgotten? Landing lights. Definitely probably incurred a penalty there on New Sky. Whoops. Getting distracted by the views. Look at Brisbane below as well. So great scenery throughout today. As we pass the Sunshine Coast, we've got all these sort of views to enjoy. Oh, Andrew, nice one. Thank you. Yeah, no 10 today, Rab. Gutted that I forgot. In my head, through 8,000 feet, I was like, I might turn the landing lights off now. But then I figured, no, you know what, I'll be on it, so I don't need to worry about that. It does look quite real, doesn't it? Look at that. Microsoft Flight Simulator continues to blow my mind. What's quite incredible as well, this is something we mentioned recently on another stream, is I was very much enjoying MSFS anyway with the old system, the RTX4090, and we're running at about just 1080p, averaging about 20 to 30 frames per second. Having now gone into 4K with the sim, I'm exploring the same parts of the world that I've been to previously in a completely new way, and the sim is once again really impressing me. I can't believe that we have a simulator like this, visually at least, to enjoy. And also then you add in the complexities of some of these aircraft, like the 737 from PMDG, the one that we're flying today. It blows your mind just how incredible this simulator is, with the right aircraft, the right scenery, and albeit top spec systems. Max 79 for our cruise altitude for today. Let's be good, keep this heading bug round. Slight crosswind by the looks of it on the nav display there. 13 or so knots. We're flying up the Sunshine Coast. I've already put a lot of screenshots into Volanta, so you guys will be able to see those, including the one of the city that I've taken. Actually, that is stunning. Andrew saying this is one of the nicest departures I've seen in Microsoft Flight Simulator I've ever seen. Yeah, it's quite remarkable, isn't it? Now, my old system, I could barely run Brisbane. It was too much for it. This is barely a stress, but it has allowed me to see how fantastic that scenery is. Certainly the city pack, the Allbex Brisbane city pack, as Justin is saying, is, I'll probably share that descriptive word as well. I'd agree, it's sensational. Hugh's asking, do you recommend any hotels at Heathrow to stay at? I'm catching an early morning flight to Madrid in November from Terminal 5. So you've got the Sofitel at Terminal 5 if you want to stay somewhere nice. You then have to walk straight through the little, so it's a dedicated little walkway out through the Sofitel, straight into the terminal, which is nice. Either that or... yeah, it depends really, actually. It depends what is available. A lot of the hotels around Heathrow still, certainly dotted around, like the Best Western and the Atrium Hotel and all that sort of stuff, they're still primarily immigration hotels where they're putting or housing temporarily a number of people claiming asylum. So I think I'd probably stick with things like the Sofitel. Sofitel, what else is there? Staybridge Suites as well, I think. And Depot Dolphin saying he stayed at the Premier Inn in Terminal 4 in December. He does recommend it. It's a 10-minute drive around to Terminal 5 where he departed. Yeah, that's a good option as well. How are we doing? Up front. Bixad. So that's us out of the departure now. TCAS is on TARA. Traffic mode is on. Alberta, good morning. David, welcome. I've noticed with this aircraft, I would imagine spec'd specifically for this livery, because you can do that with some of these 737 liveries, but it doesn't have the sort of arced rings on the nav display showing you the range, which is very interesting. Dan, what's the chances? Used to go in the summer with his grandparents to a village called Bixad. Brings back memories hearing the name. That's an uncanny coincidence then. Short journey. It's a 1 hour 50 block time, but the air time is about 1 hour 35. We could probably skip it forwards a bit by increasing to Mach decimal 80, burn a little bit of extra fuel as well, perhaps through this part of the cruise and stuff when we do get to our cruising altitude of flight level 360. We could probably try and burn a little bit more fuel actually, just to lighten us up a tad. Justin saying his 2070 Super would regularly crash to desktop with the Brisbane add-on. His 3090 Ti eats it up though, just proves the importance of a decent GPU when using heavily textured additions. Ronnie, have a good one. Good night, buddy. When you do catch up on the stream, enjoy. Let us know what you think in the comments as well if you are watching this post-stream. Crikey, Rab. Big old coastline all the way. What we could do while we are in the climb is have a look at Navigraph once again. So if we very quickly pull the METAR for YBHM, Hamilton Island, interesting. So winds are 120 degrees at 13 knots, all the 9s, no cloud detected. 26 degrees Celsius for the temperature and the dew point 21 degrees Celsius, QNH 1012. What we are expecting is to arrive over the airfield at Ovron, which is the initial approach fix. We need to be at 4,000 feet there. Continuing the descent down to 3,500 feet, configuring with flaps now to make sure we are maintaining a maximum speed of 180 knots here. And then we're going to be flying this arc all the way around using the LNAV to level off, wings level at HM841, where we then have a very short final. So around HM843 we are, there we go, we are 14 miles from touchdown. At HM842 we need to be at 3,500 feet. At this point we're going to have gear down and we'll be extending the flaps 315 all the way through to flap 40 for our final landing configuration, and then at HM841 making sure we are on our final approach speed, but it also has a maximum speed of 165 knots there. And then pretty much just prior to minimums we've got the missed approach point. Missed approach for this is to fly straight ahead, runway heading 135 degrees. 2,800 feet is the climb target, and then it looks like we head out to HM685. We'd then be vectored back round for another go, most likely, and that would in all likelihood result in a right hand turn to teardrop back to Ovron before then flying this half teardrop procedural turn back in for the approach. Transition level there, flight level 110, and the airport elevation is the same actually as Brisbane, 15 feet. Minimums for this procedure, depending on the accuracy of the RNAV, if it's 0.3 it'll be 760, if we've got 0.11, 550. That's the airport though, so this is why we need about 4 minutes separation between our arrivals, because we're landing on runway 14. We're going to use most of the runway to stop, so we'll be decelerating to about here before then turning around at the very end and taxiing back again, vacating at Bravo to head into the apron. Warnings for yacht masts may infringe runway 14 or 32 approach surfaces. Birds in the vicinity. Due to pavement disturbance, aircraft above 23,000 kilograms, like us now in the 737-800, must use runway turning nodes for 180 degree turns unless directed by ATC. Turbulence and associated wind shear can be expected on runway 14 approach when the wind strength is greater than 15 knots, or 15 knots or greater from the northeast to east-southeast. Runway 14 operates with a right-hand circuit. And that's it. That's all we've got. Justin saying, for anybody wanting to join Vatson, there's a regular Monday milk run from Sydney to Melbourne with fully stacked air traffic control around 4 to 8 Australian Eastern Standard Time, I think, is it? Kian, hello to you as well. Yeah, that doesn't bring the range rings in either, look, the traffic. I think it's dependent on the aircraft configuration that we've got today, that's all. Oh yeah, Ronnie, so the runway length at Hamilton Island, 1,766 metres. Usable landing length though, 1,700 metres. So down here, departure arrivals, Hamilton. On Avianca 14, transition over on, that's it, no stars. In the legs, we need to make sure that we are checking the data here. Over on 212, 4,000 it says, at or above. I'm going to change that to at 4,000. The next one I want to be at 3,500. Like so. There's some RF points for the arced part of the turn. No, it's just in the configuration of the aircraft, I think. Virgin Australia perhaps doesn't have that in their configuration. It'll be a setting inside the FMS somewhere, won't it? That's what it will be. Let's go to Mach 80. Go zooming along. It doesn't matter too much anyway. We know what we've got the range ring set to. It's on 80 nautical miles at the moment. We've got the centre guidance there of 80. And we've got some lines showing us 160, 80, 40. LY5112, welcome aboard. What are the minimums then? So 550. Looking forward to this. Looks like a very scenic approach. 1012, I think I said, didn't I? So we can set that in the box as well, ready. And then down here in our descent planning forecast, we can add the QNH 1012. Even if this changes slightly, it will change by 1 or 2 hectopascals for the descent. It shouldn't impact the descent forecast too much, so that'll be fine. And the landing altitude elevation panel is set to 0 already because we had that set accordingly for the departure out of Brisbane. Top of descent's not for a little while anyway. There it is at Capri. Runway heading, we can set that 135. Doesn't really help us that much because we've got an RMP approach and there aren't any VORs, I don't think, for us to track. Let me just have a little dig around on the charts. Approach. No, just RMP only. Interesting. No stars, no SIDS. Justin saying that Hamilton Island scenery we're flying into today will be available to purchase on Saturday the 22nd of April. Estimated landing weight for us as well, 63,696, 63.7 tonnes. And we're going for flap 40. Which is going to give us a V-speed of 139, so 146 for the approach. And we're flying Virgin Australia today. Somebody asking in the live chat what we are flying today. CAS XP. There we are. Good morning, Shoe Dog. Welcome. Fergie says I've flown so rarely on Australia. I don't know if the place has got that many freeware sceneries. Not many freeware, but there are some great payware sceneries coming out for Australia at the moment. Rab, yeah, it's just like Skiathos. Not sure if this has a custom cabin either. Let's have a look. No, well, that's a shame. It's a bit of a missed opportunity. Could have had a really nice cabin there. That'll be good, Justin. Corbeck's working on a Melbourne release. The main thing is making sure these sceneries are optimised for most. Indie Builds, to be fair to them, have been doing a really good job recently of optimising some of their big sceneries. If you're flying along, we mentioned at the start, if you're flying along and you're in the 737, hopefully before you pushed back from the gate today you made sure that you'd enabled the short field performance package. Tomorrow as well we're off to Liege in Belgium to have a look at the new Simulations Liege Airport scenery, the 6th biggest cargo airport in Europe, one of the biggest in the world as well, or the busiest in the world for cargo. I think it's the 26th busiest in the world. Should be quite interesting, but we're heading out of Liege for a departure to Rhodes. And our first look tomorrow for the Simulations Liege Airport. We're flying the 737-800 again. TUI Fly Belgium, call sign Beauty. for that little trip tomorrow. And it's estimated to be the same time, about 1200 UTC. However, that time may flex a little later into the backdrop because, basically I've got a meter engineer coming to fix an issue with my smart meter that's not very smart. And he's scheduled to be here between 8 and 12, so hopefully it'll be done in time. Ivan, hello, just checked out the new PC build. Nice. May I ask what monitors you use? So, my original monitor is an MSI 24-inch curved gaming monitor. It's 1080p, 144Hz, 1 millisecond response time. But the main one that I'm now using is a Sony Bravia 4K gaming monitor, which has NVIDIA G-Sync built into it. It's about 27 inches, I think it is, off the top of my head, without looking at the back of it and stuff. But only the two. If I had it my way, I'd have 3 of these Sony Bravia monitors. They are really good. The only thing is there's some software updates available for it. They've got an awful way of updating it. I still don't know how to update the software inside the Sony Bravia gaming monitor. It requires doing something with some files and plugging in some, I don't know, it's very complicated. That's the only criticism I have of the Sony Bravia gaming monitors. Ashton, fantastic, saying that after watching probably 4+ hours of your tutorials for VATSIM, I've finally done a VATSIM flight. Such great videos, great to hear. Great to hear. What was your what was the route that you flew, Ashton, and how did it go? Out of curiosity, hopefully it went well. Let's have a look at Volanta for the first time today. So there's our departure out of Brisbane. Straight over the city, stunning. And then back out over the coast and away. So currently we are there. Osprey 9002 ahead of us. We've got Badger as well. Oops, clicking the wrong bits there, fat fingers. It's flying the A320neo. We've got Jetstar Treble 8 up ahead as well. Off to Mackie. Uzi Osprey 3400. A couple of screenshots for us as well. Oh, look at that, very nice. Great screenshots. Incredible backdrop, isn't it, with Brisbane in the background there. Very, very nice. The ones that I took in comparison over the city. There you go. These are the screenshots I've taken so far for today. There's the city below. Look at that. It's in a really funky order. I like Logic, so I like it to start from the first one I've actually uploaded and then work backwards, but nevertheless they're all quite nice. Boarding with GSX. I don't know why I took those screenshots. I was fiddling around setting up before the stream started, so I was getting creative. Whitehorse to Fairbanks. Edmonton Centre was online for a bit. Good route for getting away from big traffic, Ashton says. That sounds like a really nice route, actually. ProLinks did a good one. Edinburgh to Manchester for his first VATSIM flight. I'd probably recommend going a little bit longer. Edinburgh to Heathrow or something like that, for example. Just so you have a longer flight, or a bit longer sort of gap in cruise, just to de-stress from the departure. Ehawk, good afternoon. Justin says Uluru, the big rock in the desert, is an awesome package too, and that's got the ICAO identifier of Yankee Alpha Yankee Echo. Do you know who made that one actually? There's Alice Springs coming soon as well, isn't there, from another scenery developer. Get the name of But I know Alice Springs is being worked on at the moment as well. Yeah, Aaron. Yeah, flying into Heathrow as a beginner is terrifying if it's busy. It's a good point. I'd probably pick a different airport. Edinburgh to Alicante. There you go. How about that? ETA should be at the top of your screen, Hergy. I think. Supposed to be, anyway. But I think we've probably got about an hour to go, maximum. And then we're straight into Manchester, Dubai. Prolinks, nice. AUScene did Uluru as well. Interesting. Didn't know that. I'm not really too familiar with AUScenes, to be honest, Justin. I've never had a conversation with them. I didn't really know what scenery they had either available. I was only made aware of this because of yourself, actually. In fact, telling me about it. So I didn't really know about it, and I don't know if that's because of the way the Facebook algorithms work. With AUScenes putting stuff out on their Facebook, maybe it's just not capturing a lot of you folks in Europe potentially. I don't know. So hopefully that's not the case. It would be a shame because they seem like a fantastic livery creator, scenery creator. Alice Springs is by Impulse Simulations, Andrew saying there in the live chat. Thank you. That's the one. Again, I'm not really too familiar with them either. I think they made Adelaide, I believe. Dwyle, hello. Shoe Dog, sounds great. What route are you planning on? Feel free as well if you are thinking of doing a VATSIM flight and you want somebody to cross-check your route. Feel free to put it into our Discord server. And someone there, I'm sure, will try and cross-check it for you and give you that little bit of confidence that you've got a good route that you shouldn't have to make many amendments for. That does help some people sometimes, so you're not alone with that. At least do give us a little nod on our Discord server. We'll try and help with setting up for. There we go. That's the view I want. Impulse does Canberra too. It looks pretty good from the clips you've seen. I didn't know that either, actually. Yeah, like I said, I'm not very familiar with any of the scenery creators actually this side of the world. I don't know if that's because of the way the advertisements and stuff like that work on Facebook, so we're just not getting them filter across to ourselves in Europe. But this is a great part of the world to go and fly around in the sim, so I do want to fly around more. I do need to explore some more of these sceneries. Bernie, hello, g'day. All these great sceneries around Australia, yet there's still no payware for Melbourne International. Strange, since the Orbex offices are right next door. I know it's odd, isn't it? You'd think they would have one of the, somebody at least sort Melbourne International out first. It's not the same flying into Melbourne Essendon, is it? Everybody do Melbourne International proper. Graham did his first VATSIM flight from Halifax, I think that is. CYHZ to CYYT. Didn't feel long enough between departure and arrival either to get the heart rate down. Yeah, you want at least a 30 minutes in cruise, just to help you kind of chill and relax from the stress of departure. Your first VATSIM flight, I remember mine. I was so nervous, which is where the whole kind of trying to help people learn VATSIM has come from. Because I was so stressed on my first VATSIM. My first 4 or 5 VATSIM flights, I think, actually, really felt under pressure. Figured then the least I could do is try and help people prevent that too. Anth, good night. Yeah, maybe I need to hit up Impulse Simulations as well. Have a look at some of their sceneries. Andy asking further up in the chat, have I always been an AMD processor user? So well, since coming back into flight simming, I used to years ago only ever really have Intel CPUs. Coming back into flight sim, however, my first computer ended up being an AMD Ryzen 5 3600X. Incredibly stable, very well made CPU, and it's kind of given me a lot of faith in AMD. Actually, I've heard a lot of good things with AMD compared to Intel too since, which has then led me to get the new system today with a Ryzen 9 7900X CPU in it instead of an Intel system. Mike, what was my first one route wise? I can't, you know what, I can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember. Dan, who's so stressed after he landed and realised his legs were numb. And the Budapest controller kept saying Bravo Victor X-ray, so he kept responding with Osprey. Good work. Ashton says, any tips for getting better in interpreting the SID readouts? The controller just spewed it out and it was just so fast. So yeah, try and get them to send it in via text if it's not too busy. The best thing to do is make sure that your route has got a you know, like more than an 80% chance of you having picked the right departure, so that you can have it up on the charts and you can see what it says. So it might be BIXAD 1, but we know that the transition is BIXAD, so it's going to be the BIXAD 1 departure. Some of the VOR waypoints for the departures, you can find that before you get your clearance. You can hear what the VOR is actually named, and that's how they'll refer to it when they give you your clearance. Andy, whoops. I bet those performance calculations soon went out the window. I'd love to know how far into the approach you got as well, the Olympic Airlines flight trying to land at Essendon by accident. Loads of time, stop a descent, happy days. Nice views ahead as well. Quick check of the dog. He's on antibiotics and things like that at the moment. He's got a bit of an infection and a temperature, bizarrely, amongst his leg being a bit doofy at the moment. Good morning, Dan in Florida. Rab's already Good grief, 10 minutes to top of descent, that's quick. What are the amounts that are going across the top ProLinks, is asking. The ones with the usernames, that are usually tips from the Streamlabs donation link, usually. They kind of rotate. Top 3, I think, get rotated on the top there. David G, welcome. Justin saying, Hayman Island is a short ferry trip from Hamilton, very ritzy and rather expensive. Little discussion in the chat as well about text on VATSIM instead of audio, or using a voice with a microphone. I can hand on heart give you guys the genuine recommendation that using text on VATSIM is a pain in the backside. It's really difficult for the pilot but also the controller. So it is so much easier, less stressful and smoother to just use voice, even though it's daunting speaking on the microphone with VATSIM and that sort of thing. It's actually 100 times easier once you start doing that. Certainly voice in events is massively, almost mandatory, massively important. Otherwise the delays in typing your response back to ATC when they give you an instruction can then mess 2 or 3 other people up behind you or around you with vectors and things. So David says he's always on text. Give voice a go. It is much easier, I do promise you that. And yeah, text is near on impossible in some aeroplanes to use on approach. Look at the textures of the ground below. Wonderful. Dan, so the cameras, I had to start again. But what I did is I extracted all of my packs, all of my camera files for the various aircraft, like the PMDG 737s, the Mad Dog, the A32NX and all that sort of stuff. And I saved them all into a big folder, which I then moved across to the new computer. When I then installed all the aircraft again in the sim on the new PC, I loaded them in. I saved one custom view just so it created the file in the right place, and then I overwrote it with the old one, and then I got all my views back fairly effortlessly. You're going to have a great time though with the 4090 and the AMD Ryzen 7900 GPUs and the CPUs. They are absolute powerhouses. If it helps as well, Dan, getting your PC set up nicely, I've got 64 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM. So keybinds and the settings you use in the SimRab are saved in the cloud, but things like your custom camera views, they're not. One huge tip that I had actually from someone in the live chat a few weeks ago when I did get the new PC delivered, get an SSD and take the official folder and back the official folder up into the SSD. So when you start to reinstall the sim again on the new computer, let it install a gigabyte or so, kill the install, and then drag the official folder back into the correct place on your new PC where the sim has installed those folders, if that makes sense. And then effectively what you do is you run the installer again, and it will bypass 100 or so gigabytes of updates and installations, providing you've got the most up-to-date version of MSFS though. That's the caveat. Yeah, 64 gig of DDR5 RAM clocked at 5200 megahertz. It's two 32 gig cards, Dan, if that helps. That's the one, Rab. Yeah, Mike Jerry. It was a great idea. Oh, jocks, that is not good. Big old. I think that's wrecked our profit loss for today then. Dear me. Although we've only departed about an hour ago, Jock, so see if you can go to New Sky and delete the flight so it doesn't trigger the cancellation penalty. Patrick says, why do you need that kind of RAM? MSFS is not using that much. It does sometimes. In fact, my VRAM, for example, in my graphics card, it's a whopper of a graphics card. It's 24 gigabytes VRAM cache in the 4090 that I've got. Different caches for different manufacturers of the 4090 or different VRAMs. Yeah, I went big. I went the highest I could get at 24 gigabyte VRAM, and I noticed today loading into Orbex Brisbane, which I knew wasn't very well optimized at all anyway. It means that it was running. What was the figures I put in the lounge section of our Discord server, folks? You remember? Was it like 70 something percent of the VRAM, which is insane. Yeah, it doesn't use that much normal RAM most of the time, but at the moment I've got RAM running at 44%. So with that in mind, if I had 32 gig of RAM, my RAM would be running at about 90 something percent. So 32 gig, it would be used fairly quickly, certainly running the sim in 4K with this setup. My VRAM at the moment is 68%, to give you an idea as well. Brian, TAA. So DirectX 12, TAA, and frame generation on. Dan's asking if my temperatures are staying reasonable. Yeah, they're on yellow at the moment, so they're about they're about 65 or so degrees for probably the GPU temperatures at the moment. 70 to 70 degrees ish for my CPU. $40 miles to top of descent. Just sort out the slight imbalance of fuel. Cross-feed valve on. The lowest tank is the left, so I'm going to turn valve on, valve open, aft off. Checking the engines throughout. Master caution. Fuel, that's because we've isolated one of the tanks. Use the opportunity to try and rebalance the fuel slightly while we're on in cruise here. Abba, there you go in the live chat in a second. You will see all the spec that I've got on the new rig in the live chat. Andy says, flew into Hamilton Island years ago, quite an experience descending with water in view and no sign of land almost until touchdown. It's going to sound quite fun. Tim's asking about sim load times. They're about half the time that it took my previous rig, but I've also noticed when you install a new aeroplane and you then think about, you know, when you you're loading it. It can take up to 10 minutes sometimes to load all the files and everything for a brand new aircraft. Instead, it takes about 4 minutes. So there's been huge improvements for that as well. Jolly good. I've actually overbalanced slightly, so I ended up burning slightly a bit more in the right tank, but that's fine. It's negligible difference. We will, because we triggered the master caution and killed it, we'll reset it just to test and check to make sure there's not one active still. And then before top of descent, we want to make sure we've got auto brakes set to max, which is what we want for today because of the short runway. Jeez, Brian, wow. Almost got the same, except my RAM is DDR5 6400 megahertz. My God, I didn't even know that was a speed. I didn't even know you could get RAM that fast. That's incredible. VREF set, Barrow set for the missed approach, the minimums, sorry, and then we need to finally pull the weather one more time before we hit top of descent. YBHM. And the wind's now 120 degrees at 15 knots. Scattered cloud at 2,700 feet. Temperature still 26, dew point 21, QNH 1012. So the winds have actually increased slightly. .120 would be southeasterly. Just reading, trying to read that bit about, where was it? Okay, yeah, so turbulence and associated wind shear can be expected on approach now because of the wind being 15 knots or greater from the east to south, east-southeast. So we expect a little bit of turbulence, maybe a little bit of wind shear as a risk there. David, yeah, could have got the 7900 X3D for more boost, but when I was looking at the spec, it was 300 quid difference for about, I think we calculated it as something like 4% better performance, or 6% better performance. So with the huge leap anyway of the scenery, sorry, the performance that I have, the difference between the old PC and the new PC, it wasn't needed. Also, it hit the range, the limit of what I could afford. Where's the custom view? There we go. Dan, it took PC specialist, so I didn't build it myself. I paid for them to do it, the pros. It took them 3 weeks from putting in the order through to delivery. I think I've got about 1 terabyte of add-ons just in, freeware and payware included, or maybe less than that. 1 terabyte. Maybe I'm going to say 500 gigabytes at a guess, pure guess though. Okay, let's set this now to 4,000. Auto brake max. VNAV is active as well to help take us down. The speeds, missed approach, and local QNH are set. The descent forecast is done. Fuel's all been checked, and the landing pressure is set as well. So there is not much more to do but head down to Hamilton Island, fly the approach, shoot the approach. It's going to be quick. Go from there. Yeah, the cost goes up massively, really quickly, Shoe Dog. If I was to look at the X3D version of the CPU that David was on about a moment ago, it went over £4,000. And for one PC, it's just, you know, ridiculous money. Brian saying his first PC had a huge 10 megabyte Winchester hard drive and a green screen. Very nice. Rab said the ZX81 was his first. Set a 16K RAM expansion. Wow, is that kilobytes? Not flown around this part of the world before, this sort of kind of section of Australia, but it looks pretty fantastic. Just try and recenter the drone camera there. Very nice. Top of descent imminently now, so we're going to go back to speed intervention mode just to let the ATC, the auto thrust, handle the throttle. VNAV path should go to VNAV descent imminently. There we go. Hamilton Island should be, well actually it's just under the cloud over there, somewhere in the distance. 80 or so miles away. 100 miles away roughly. Ah, good old floppy disks. Yeah, good old tape cassettes. I remember going to Greece on holiday as a kid years ago in the 90s. Going to Greece and buying a Zorba tape and having some Greek music on cassette. Why, I still don't know. But at the time I liked it. It reminded me of holiday. Holiday was a good thing. Andy, wow. B HM841 4.7. So runway 14, gonna put a fixed ring in here of 5 miles. HM843. I'll do fixed ring of 10 as well, just to create a couple of fixed rings for us on approach. Thank you to everybody who's hit the like button so far as well today. Great to see it's 56 likes so far as well. That's really nice to see. Thanks folks, appreciate that. We're keeping our eyes front to kind of try and spot the islands. I don't even know what a Major Morgan was. I'd have to Google that. Yeah, popping down to the old Blockbuster to rent a movie, living on a player. Now we're streaming things like Disney Plus and everything else online, and NFL Live. Ivan, hello, saying your approach should put you directly over the top of the Whitsunday Island group. The views are going to look amazing. This region is the Great Barrier Reef capital of North Queensland. Yeah, really excited to have a look actually, flying in for the first time. As we said earlier, it's for those of you familiar with Skiathos in Greece, it's kind of like the Australian version of Skiathos for the type of approach, the very sporty approach that we're going to be flying, and a very short runway as well, requiring a lot of auto brake. So we've set max auto brake, reverse thrust. We need to backtrack as well, so we're going to require a couple of minutes separation for each of us. So whoever's behind me, you ideally, hopefully, have got about 4 minutes separation. Sporty, as in we're going to have our work cut out for us, ProLinks, and we're going to find ourselves on short final very quickly with this approach. So as a reminder for you, if you did mention or miss it earlier on, we're overflying the airport first, over Ovron, so flying over the airfield, so then outbound to HM843, descending from 3,500 feet, extending the flaps, deploying the gear and everything on this arced turn here, this RNAV approach, to get wings level at HM841 for a 5 mile, 4.7 mile final to touchdown there. Auto brake max is what we've required today with our weights, landing performance calculations from VAS Airplane Toolbox. Runway length is only 1,766 meters, so landing on runway 14 over the bay, it's going to look absolutely spectacular. Taxiing down, well, decelerating down to runway's 32's threshold, and then we're going to have to backtrack all the way back up again to vacate at Bravo onto the apron to shut down. With the winds today as well, we're expecting some turbulence on final. See how we go. We've briefed as best as we can, so we are as prepped as we can be. It's just down to us to actually execute it properly. Andy, that's a good way of putting it actually. Skiathos is the Greek equivalent of Australia's Hamilton Island. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it actually, touché. Living on a player, looked at the Hamilton Island scenery yesterday. It looks like it's going to be really nice, yeah. Releasing on the 22nd of April from what we've heard. I don't know what gave it away, Andy. Not massively familiar with AUScene scenery, to be fair. Oh, I hate that bit of music. Let's change the tune. It's locked in a playlist. It looks like potentially that's the island there, right ahead of us, coming into view. Potentially. Because Wiki Island is on the right hand side, then Brampton Island, Sir James Smith group of islands, so Goldsmith Island and Farrier Island will be overflying those, slightly overflying Shore Island and passing Lindeman Island Airport as well before flying over Hamilton. Prolix, no I didn't. I didn't find the disco strobe mod. I've never experienced it either, to be fair. Look at that big old port. Actually, that reminds me, actually, where are we? Yes, there we are. I did think I recognised that. So Mackie Airport is down there somewhere. Can't see it though. In fact, that might be it right there. In fact, it is. There's Mackie Airport. Great airport by all Becks. Really nice part of the world. When the ATR comes as well, it could be a great hop between Mackie and Hamilton Island back again for a nice little, very short, challenging trip. 2 very short runways as well to kind of throw yourself into. And all of those other islands that we mentioned as well, kind of zipping past these, Brampton Island and so on. And here we are, yes. Oh, that was a mistype by me, Andy. Yeah, no, we're definitely returning back to Brisbane. Ed, hello to you as well. Ehawk says, looking forward to the ATR. We'll wait for reviews first, though, before jumping in. So there's no preview stuff, sadly. For us to kind of sink our teeth into. I had a little bit of a conversation with Hans about a week or so ago, and effectively what I got from that was it's out of his hands. It's Microsoft's product, so it's down to them. But they're effectively not interested, I don't think. So reviews-wise, I think you're going to have to wait until it has been released, and then I'll be able to purchase it. But it depends on the day it gets released. If I'm working for a few days, then I won't be able to do any content on it for a few days until I'm off, naturally. But it's coming next week, I think, isn't it? I don't know if we have a date set for that yet. Mackay, sorry. You guys know my pronunciations are not the greatest. Tuesday the 25th. Let me have a look at my roster. I work very odd shifts, as you guys know, which is why we're streaming in the week. Oh, okay, actually, you know what? 25th is good. That means I might be able to purchase it on the day and go straight into a live stream. Live stream first flight. Local pressure, boink. Negligible change there. Hay Point Coal Terminal for the port that we pointed out a moment ago as well. Thanks for the knowledge there, Andy. Bruce just purchased MSFS. Welcome. Welcome to the Microsoft Flight Simulator community. Good afternoon, Ron. Yeah, it's a huge sim, Brucey. And that's without any add-ons as well. Lights, signs. Tim, no ATC sadly. We're on Unicom. About 20 miles now to Ovron. Do you want ATC sleb? Oh, well, you know what? We were kind of hoping that we might have some ATC on, but we're not too worried. It is very, very late, so we did kind of appreciate that there's probably going to be no controllers online this time of night in the week. But it's fine. Unicom's fine. Yeah, there's a point actually. What are we calling this? Hamilton Island traffic. We'll go with that. Hamilton Island traffic. Velocity 1495 is inbound 20 track miles south of Ovron. Inbound for the RNAV Yankee runway 14 approach QNH 1012 will report over the fields. Hamilton Island traffic. Big old stutter there. Even the islands there look stunning.
About 7 miles out. Traffic.
So it should be. In fact, there it is. There's the airport right there on the nose, just coming into view for the first time. So we'll be off initially outbound towards, well, over the Whitsunday Island here, before then arcing round that kind of edge of that Whitsunday Island part of land here, turning back on ourselves to fly this approach. It'll be interesting. I'm actually going to continue this all the way down now to 1,000 feet. And then at that point I'm going to basically hand fly it, I think. .210. Let the jet decelerate. It's going to be a very slow deceleration though, but want to be at a good speed over the field. Max 180 just after Ovron actually, so if we set that now. As we get closer to Ovron, we'll extend some slats and flaps to increase the drag on the airframe, and that will then also in turn allow us to decelerate a little easier. And for the first time, we're about to have a look at the new Hamilton Island from AUScene. Very exciting. What a beautiful part of the world this is. Look at that. Imagine being able to fly around here with some really incredible scenery. Absolutely living on a player. Where's that? Where's my favourite view? There we go. Look at that. Even the approach. They're just MSFS islands, but look how stunning that looks. Little grass strip there as well. Just gone over. Good, look Badger, about to fly his approach. We've got one on final there, look as well. Good luck to them. Right, time to get everything ready. So, crew call, lights, signs, all set, pumps, pressurization good. Press the panel, auto brake is set max and arms. Flap 5. There's the airport. We go up and away. Our first glimpse live from above. There she is. The harbour, all that detailed in as well. There's the Osprey. Let's head in, folks. Turning. Hamilton Island traffic, velocity 1495, 4,000 feet over the fields and outbound for the RMP. For report, turning final. Uh, 135 is what I want to set here. Set. Auto brake armed. Down to 3,500. Flaps 10. Some ships below.
Expecting runway 14. And it's a traffic of the MSFS.
Wow, look at this. I know I'm dipping around some of these views, but the water masking and look at that. Let's get rid of the music because it's focus time. Max speed brake. Lots of backtracking required, rather. Yeah. Little boats down there as well, nestled in. So they've actually, looks like they've done the approach too, which is really stunning to see. It's actually quite turbulent over this part of the terrain, but look at the colours. Whew. Continuous ignition. We've already done that, but let's do it again once more. Jeff saying this is epic, gonna have to do some flying down under. G'day Impulse Simulations, welcome. We're just, funnily enough, we were just talking about the need to visit some of your sceneries as well, actually. I'm not really massively familiar about the sceneries that you have created. Gear down, flap 15. Hamilton Island traffic, velocity 1495 is turning final about 13 miles, runway 14. Hamilton Island traffic. Look at that. Exquisite. There's Hamilton Island there, a couple of hotels and things dotted off in the distance. Andrew saying, yep, I want this scenery now. I've got Brisbane Airport and City will definitely do this route. Very good, thank you, Impulse Simulations. I hope you're well. Should get you to preview Alice Springs when it becomes available. I've seen the photographs actually yesterday. It looks like Impulse Simulations has done a beautiful job of Alice Springs. And let's go down to final stage of flaps, flap 40. And our final check of the master caution system. DMU in what form? Impulse Simulations. You can get hold of me on britishAvGeek1@gmail.com if that helps. 60, 146 is what we said, didn't we, for the approach speed? So I think look at the water. Jeez, lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And even the approach is just stunning. So we're going to have our work cut out for us. What we're going to do now is I'm going to take over the throttle. Going to make sure the control visualizer is up for you guys. And from 2,000 feet, autopilot off, my controls. My aeroplane. Going to hand fly the remainder, so the flight directors are no good. We want to make sure they're cycled ready for missed approach. And we'll set 2,800 for the missed approach. Runway heading is set as well. Here we go. Flaps set 40 in green, nose gear is down, locked 3 green. Order brake max, speed brakes armed. We've done all the other checks. So we're literally hand flying a visual approach now. No RNAV guidance. This is a beautiful approach, look at this. So we said earlier that it's like the Skiathos of Australia. I probably agree, you could kind of flip that the other way as well and say that Skiathos is the Hamilton Island of Greece. We just turn the Tobii eye tracker on for a moment just so you can have a look at the scenery as we hand fly the approach. We've got a 17 knot headwind at the moment, but it's ever so slightly cross, so a couple of knots from the left passing over the island itself, so we can expect a little bit of wind shear perhaps, or a bit of turbulence on final. All the buildings on the left hand side are custom as well. Continue. It's actually now progressing into a slight crosswind. Aggressive with the throttle there just to correct the change in airspeed from the wind direction switch. Massive focus. Staring at the touchdown zone, speed checks. That was a interesting stutter. Looking ahead. Oh. Reverse. Green. Deceleration. Max auto brake. That was a very bad time for a stutter. It was whoever that was loading in there, it kind of jutted the sim a little bit as it loaded in the aircraft model. Auto brake disarms, so we have to vacate down the bottom. 202 foot per minute though. We have a look at the landing rate just after the touchdown zone. Now because it's a short runway, we want to be, it doesn't really matter too much if we land short slightly because we don't have the runway length to assist us massively, but Beautiful touchdown actually, not too bad at all. AUScene, hello, welcome. Thank you very much. Yeah, guys, welcome to Hamilton Island.
Hamilton Island traffic, Osprey 3400 at 5 nautical miles south of Oberon, about to pass the field and descending to...
So a lot of work here. Beautiful
3,500.
rock work there actually as well. Look at that. Diggers on the hill doing some work, and custom white windsocks. Hampton Island traffic, velocity 1495 is backtrack 14, will report vacated. To assume, is that a quarry or something like that? Not sure. This is a beautiful part of the world, which I would never have even thought of visiting if it wasn't for there being some scenery here. So let's go to here, get rid of the spoilers. The gridded runway surface looks really nice as well, look at that. Custom diggers. EPU start. Now I don't know, there isn't a GSX profile. It says not, 0 suitable gates, 0 parking suitable, so we'll just have to park up. No GSX to assist us today. I'm trying to keep the speed up a little bit on the runway here. Custom fence lines as well, and signs there, look. Some hotels. Parking bays, yeah, Herbie's. It's 0 parking, so there's no way for us to actually be able to trigger GSX currently, by the looks of it. And of all things, there seems to be, weirdly enough, a Transavia. Actually, here we go. Gate 2.
The chosen position is too small for your aircraft.
Let's see what it does. There's no parking charts or anything here. Park 1292.
Hamilton Island traffic, Osprey script 3400, turning for final, runway 14.
I'm trying to vacate so fast.
Hamilton.
And Hamilton Island traffic, velocity 1495, runway vacated. Stand 1 to 4 is this way actually, apparently. Taxi lights on, strobe steady. Set. Probes off, flaps are up, auto brakes off, speed brakes away. We're going to pop transponder off, traffic mode off. Lots of checks. Let's continue. So, there's the ground textures from above. And stand 2 is right there, in fact. Look at this. Rose Jackson, welcome. This would look beautiful with a custom GSX profile that kind of has us running. There we go, there's the 738 stop line. Imagine having a custom profile with people walking down these little zebra crossing areas. It looks stunning, wouldn't it? Look how beautiful this looks. Where's the stop line? Here we go. Kind of trying to park ourselves here. That'll do.
Hamilton traffic, Osprey 3400 has runway 14 inside, Hamilton.
Set. Off. Menu, FS actions, ground services, chock sets. Ah, we got a velocity there, lovely. Alright, position strobe steady, that can stay on, anti-collision lights off, seatbelt signs off. And we can now have a look at an approach. Spot someone else's landing. I'm not going to bother about GSX in this instance today because, until we get back to Brisbane at least, because we haven't got a custom profile for it. What I would like to see is a profile created so you get the steps pull up and then you have those passenger waypoints, they chop it off down there all the way into the terminal building. That would look absolutely spectacular. We've got a one on short final, so what we're going to do is dots over to the other side. Very briefly have a look at this section. Nemski, it's Parallel 42's Flow Pro Microsoft Flight Simulator, a little private jet area there. Even these, look how exquisite the models are for the trucks. Nothing blurry here, wow. That's stunning. Even the static is a high quality static. Now how's that for a backdrop? We drop over to the hold point. We'll prep for this approach. David, the 4090 looks too smooth. So performance-wise at the moment, I'm getting my sim capped at 62 frames per second in 4K, and it's sitting at 62 really comfortably. Herbies Michelle, yeah, just going to watch this one touchdown. It's down. And he's braking hard. What have we got then? So, Helicopter Club, perfect for those of you like the high performance group, H145 for example, or the 135 as well, that's an option there. Just going to close New Sky, get my score, got a 10, love it. Wow. Great touchdown, 1.2G, perfect score. Very happy with that. Let's turn the drone camera speed down a little bit so we can actually explore a bit smoothly. So yeah, lots to kind of explore with this scenery. It's not just the airport as well, they've done a little bit of work around it too. You can see the tower in the backdrop.
3400 backtracking runway 14, Hamilton.
In fact, he's an animated engineer, look, doing some work. Love it. Hamilton Island Air. Their reception area. I want to go and have a look at the tower. I think because it counts the seconds once we go above 10,000 feet. counts the seconds above 11,000 before it begins to trigger a penalty. Our tower looks great. Imagine spotting here, look at that. Sat on a hill above the airfield. Let's see if he's got backtrack going on. Can't quite see him. There he is. Just coming into view. Look at that for timing. Exactly, just plonk the hill on there. Oh, so Doc, what it's actually done instead is, well, it's a little bit complex. It depends on each virtual airline. What we've done with Osprey is actually set the penalty to begin from a few seconds above 11,000 feet. Let's go and have a look at the island. So that gives people a couple of extra seconds, maybe an extra minute to get the landing lights off without being penalised if the stress levels or the pressure of flying is a bit high that day. So we've set it up to be a little bit more forgiving, basically. Keep those likes coming as well, folks, if you are enjoying these kind of live previews, pre-release preview streams. I assume either these are apartments. We're basically looking for the yacht club, but the bay looks brilliant, doesn't it? It should be 10,000 feet AGL. Yeah, the marina's beautiful, isn't it? Look at that. Impulse says the water masking is even better with 0 knots wind. The yacht club was over here, wasn't it? Was it this bit? Basically, well, actually, you know what? We'll have a look. We'll come back via the pier when we return to the airport to have a look at the airport itself. Mikhail, hello to you. Where's the yacht club? Those of you familiar with the area. What is that? Is that a dry dock? Now that's cool. Left, nice one, cheers folks. There's lots to see around the airport here, it's beautiful. Little jet skis as well. Those of you who like to be antisocial on holiday and ruin my peace and quiet, there's some jet skis there. Over 15 minutes past block time, Ron, then yes, you do. Yeah, wing view replay would be epic here, wouldn't it? Ice cream parlour there as well. Some really nice little touches here. We've even got bins there, look at that, love that. Trash cans are so high detail as well. Performance is great here. What have we got then here? We've got a couple of other bits to go and see actually. By the looks of it, we've got like a little waterfront to go and explore. Captain's Club. There's the go-karts. Somebody mentioned that earlier on. You use go-karts to get around everywhere. There you go, the golf carts. Sorry, not go-karts. That'd be really fun though. Mario Kart tour of the island. Where are we at? Oh, that would be the yacht club there. That really swanky-looking building. 22nd of April, I think somebody was saying earlier on ProLinks when it's going to be released. Wow, look at that. Remarkable. That's absolutely spectacular. How's that? 37 Australian dollars, Justin's saying there. Got a nice little, there's a pool there as well, resort area by the looks of it. God, imagine coming on holiday somewhere this stunning. And I would have to get one of these rooms here that overlook the approach. I'd expect a holiday full of runway 14 approaches. What else have we got then? Because there are some hotels on the other side by the looks of it. Hello, Res. Over on the bay, as we saw on approach, we had the ships, a couple of little yachts as well. Warnings on the charts of yacht masts being close on final. AUScene, if you got anywhere particular that you want me to go and have a look at and show to the guys watching, guys and girls watching, if I forget anywhere, do let me know. Where are the bars? Yeah, a lot of time has been spent on this. It looks really nice. Look at the resort there. Andrew, so LODs and terrain level of detail, so object level of detail and terrain level of detail both set to 200 now. There is a bar in the middle of that pool, in fact. We'll get our trunks on after and we'll go grab a G&T. Oh, look what I've just noticed. The lifts, the glass lifts in the hotel. Look at that. That's remarkable. You know what? The little things that really make a scenery pop. Yeah, we've got to do... that is pretty much the majority of the island, isn't it, that we've kind of done. Let me have a little wheel up here, speed up the drone camera, and we'll zip up. Because I want to see if we've missed anything else. I also want to kind of catch the water masking from above. Look at that. There's your island, folks. And if we then zip the time to sunset, look at that. And then we'll wind the time further to get those lights on. I think I'd need to, yeah. Put your missus on a yacht on the beach and you're on the balcony watching planes, that would be silence way back. Yeah, until the planes come in. The yacht and everything, it just looks beautiful, doesn't it? Another dangerous airport for MPS in Osprey 598, absolutely. Flighting, good afternoon. The scenery is so immersive I can actually smell the sea. Andrew, yeah, basically ultra preset. There you go, from a different angle. Earlier on, Doc saying, as incredible as the level of detail for airport like these are, he says his opinion there, they reasonably raise the price above what I'm generally willing to pay for with such small airports. That's fair enough. Sometimes though, sometimes surely it's nice to kind of give yourself a bit of a treat. back to daylight because we want to look at some of these textures. And we'll have a look at the airport and then the terminal building. We've got to turn around and fly back, of course. Oh, Andrew. Just saw your message pop up. Well, what do you think? AUScene asking their terminal interior. Shall we show everyone? This is superb. I think I found my favourite place in Australia to fly to in the sim. True, no barbecues yet. Look at the detail here. Oh, going for a selfie. More golf carts. Check-in and departures this way, is it, Roger? We'll slow it down. We do want to have a good look at this, don't we? There's an Osprey on the runway. There is somebody else flying in imminently, so do be careful there. And you can actually see them through the glass. Very nice. Off he goes. What have we got? Let's head round to the check-in area. What's he reading? Oh my god, we can actually... Depth hindered murder prode. Mixed pics. Love a bit of mixed pics. Carrie cruises back into her life. That's fantastic. I think that's the first time I've been able to read a newspaper in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Wow. We used the ramp. Had tired legs. Hopefully the guy on the left washed his hands after using the toilet. He's pointing at us, he's seen us coming. Study level, yeah, study level newspaper. Oh wow, look at this. Love the fans. I assume then you check in. Your flow of the airport will take you through this bit. There's the guy again. This is lovely. He's very happy. Look at the detail on that guy. Wow. He's very happy to be in Hamilton Island. The level of detail here is just stunning. Little sign there for Great Barrier Reef Airport, as it's also known. A couple of flights for you guys to get stuck into as well. Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane. There are even more routes available as well across the various airlines. So Qantas, Jetstar and Virgin Australia operate between Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane to here and back. Even the sign there through security, look at that. So clear. Zip through security? I wonder if they detailed the interior of the X-ray scanner. We won't check. This is great. And into the very small departures lounge here. Aviate Cafe. Yes, and now Osprey as well. It is actually genuinely an Osprey Airways route now, ready for launch of the scenery when it does come. When it does finally release. Very nice burger. So you can fly with Osprey Airways to and from Sydney and Brisbane. Honestly, the people here are so well detailed, it's insane. And here's the departure lounge. Oh, ProLinks, that'd be a dream come true. Look at that. Ten out of 10. That is absolutely stunning. What an incredible part of the world to fly around. Even exterior here, we pop through the glass. Look at this. My God. Oh, is that a lounge? We found the business class lounge, folks. Through the flags. What do you guys think then? If you were to rate it out of 10, genuine feelings, if you were to put a number on it, 10 being the best, and 0 being not very good, where would you place this scenery? In your opinion? Pop your answer in the live chat, do let us know. The marble. My God. 12 for Justin. 11 out of 10 from Impulse. A lot of love for it. It's remarkable, isn't it? Look at that. There's the peasants below. Should have upgraded. There's better gin up here. That. What an overview. Have I missed anywhere AUscene? Even the ground textures look. We'll do as well actually. I want to wind the time forwards a little bit to have a look at the terminal in the evening here. How stunning is that? Qualia helipad, where's that? Yeah, in fact we wind it all the way through the night for those stars. Let's find that helipad then, folks. I assume it's near the heli hangar again. Slightly right, out to the point. Oh look, there's a little pier. Is that where the seaplane docks? Oh, the other end of the island. Am I going in the right direction? That driving range. There's the go-kart track. Someone literally mentioned that about 5 minutes ago. We found it. Epic. How good is that? Right, so we're going the wrong way then. Right, let me get drone camera on. We'll go to mega zoom. 100. There we go. Is that it? Ooh. Oh, look at this. We saw this on approach. God, there's so much more to see. It's unreal. I didn't even realise the... forgot about this bit actually, to be fair. Wow. There's the helipad. So those of you who like to fly the heliops, that's a bit of a challenge for you. Look at the detail involved on that. Wow. Epic. Look at that for a backdrop. Patrick saying, will there be a GSX profile with the launch of the scenery? I don't think there is. It probably, if not, then somebody will have to create it anyway, of course. Hergies flying his approach. Epic. What have I missed? There's something over here. It's like a hut that I've just driven over. Oh, just a small little hut on the hill. Here we got to start configuring for our flight back to Brisbane. That is remarkable. We'll have a GSX profile ready for launch thanks to Impulse Simulations, AUScene says there. Fantastic. That is really good to hear. Really looking forward to that. The GSX, when you get the right custom profile for a scenery, it can bring it to life. Hi Fly, hello. No, we are about to turn around to fly back to Brisbane. I mean, you can see GSX is kind of already messed up there anyway, which is why we're not using it today, because the baggage carts are floating and things. In lieu of a profile being present. 2 and 8. We'll go for 2 and 6. 2 and 7 actually for the 737. Love that. Nothing like a little bit of collab. There's somebody flying in on an approach. We get the drone camera sped up, ready to watch the touchdown. Herbie says, jeez, just looked up the qualia. 1,600 Australian dollars a night. My God. It will stick to visiting in Microsoft Flight Simulator then. I would expect to fly on a helicopter for free for that. Hey, look at that. For a backdrop. Bonus. Oh, look at that touchdown. Smooth as silk. And by panning, just noticed there as well, look at the antenna on the hill. The mast, the radio mast, that's fantastic. And the fire station. Absolutely spectacular. That was lovely. We want to make sure now then that we've got the drone camera reset back to our original settings for this. And we need to configure for the next flight. So it's going to take me a couple of minutes just to get everything configured for our return. Where are we? We're at YBBN. YBHM rather. I'm just working at trying to get our Simbury flight plan sorted, make sure it's all tallied up and then loaded in on VATSIM properly. The call sign on the way back is going to be velocity again. What are we going to be? Velocity 1498. Direct Ovron for the departure, and then Smoker 9. Alpha approach back to Brisbane via Osoko for the ILS 19 right approach, and then we're going to park gate 39 apparently to match the real world flight. And we're going to cruise at flight level 370. So edit the flight plan. This does take a few minutes, so do bear with me. Ah, crikey. Delete that one. Schedule. That's better. That's the one we want. Generate flight plan. Only having the two screens does mean that I am currently not able to have a look at the live chat, so do stick with me. Justin, have a good one, buddy. Yeah, Rab, that's a sim-wide thing though, isn't it? That's the thing. Go on for 19 right for the arrival. And flight level 370 for cruise. There we go, so we'll get that set. 180 passengers on the way back to take back to Brisbane. Happy days. Fetch modifieds. We've got to try and do our performance calculations here as well. So headwind of 14 knots for our departure. We're going to select optimum flaps and thrusts, and it's telling us a toga takeoff. Flap 15 is going to give us a margin of 104. That's not good enough. So we're going to have to go flap 25, which gives us a margin of 222. Wow. So we are on the cusp of maximum performance for this then. POS 1498. POS set. Flight plan files. In the afternoon. Mike Jerry as well, hello. Right, where were we? Into the flight deck. We can log out of this. Oh, we got tower online. Woo! 1498. And then down here we can go init ref. Well, actually no, menu, sorry. FS actions fuel. Looking at our fuel loading, we need 6277. Payload wise, we're full again, 180. 975, so estimated zero fuel weight 60.6. .6 gross weight, 66.9. We're just going to tweak that again. We've got to be very careful about load here. So we've got gross weight 66.8, zero fuel weight 60.5, takeoff center of gravity 18.7, maximum takeoff weight 79.3, that's fine. So that's set, that's set. Init refs, we want routes. YBHM-YBBN. Yes. Good. And then VOS 1498. Direct off we're on, and then smoker back to Brisbane. Perf init page. Gross weight we said 66.8, zero fuel weight 60.5, so let's pop that in as well. There we go, that matches our FinRes plus alternate fuel. I want to grab that as well. 1.958, so we'll call it 2. Cost index again is 30. And our cruise altitude, flight level 370. Sets. Executes. Average winds 286 at 54. And 10,000 for the transition altitude. Like so. M1 limit, we're going for 26k. Climb profile 1. Well, we'll go climb 2 actually, because it will smooth it out after. We're going for flap 25 for departure. And the departure there is going to be runway 14, no SIDS, so execute. That's all we need to do for that one. Set that accordingly. And then we can add our V-speeds in. 142, 152. Add the 10. Water brake RTO, now we're here. And I need to have a look at pulling our Navigraph flight plans and stuff back in again. You do a short field takeoff procedure from GA here. How do you mean GA, David? Afternoon, Peter. .1187 for tower. Yeah, David, that's pretty much how we're going to do it. We need to hold the brakes, hold it on the brakes and see how we go, really. Interestingly, the nav display there looks a little bit interesting. So we're going to pull... Where's Navigraph? There we go. We need to load the new route in, basically. So we're going to unload the old one, import the new one from SimBrief, which is that one there. Right, so it says direct Ovron, but Ovron was kind of here. So I don't understand why we would be direct Ovron. If we zoom in on the charts, that's where Ovron is. So runway 14, it says direct Ovron, makes no sense. We would surely just depart and then join the outbound track direct to Mike Kilo Mackay VOR. That doesn't fly. Takeoff standard. Runway 14 right hand circuit, but we're not going to fly a right hand circuit to climb away and fly back over the airfield. Anyway, let's get our clearance. Hamilton Tower, good evening, velocity 1498, stand 2, 737 800 with Bravo, request clearance to Brisbane.
Velocity 1498, Hamilton Tower, very good morning to you now. You're cleared to Brisbane via Mackay planned route. Runway 14, initial climb 5,000 feet, squawk 4726.
Clear Brisbane, initial climb 5,000 feet, squawk 4726, velocity 1498.
Velocity 1498, thanks.
So set this to 5, 152, 135, auto brake RTO, APU still on, centre tanks, we are empty on the centre tanks, happy days, and squawk 4726. I think I've got Navigraph still up for you guys, yeah, 4, 7, 2, 6. So if you are familiar with the airport, it'd be interesting to know if actually we just head outbound runway heading and then turn away from Omron, or if we kind of fly a turn over the field and back and away, or not. It makes sense to go direct to Mike Kilo, to be honest, but hello Adam, welcome. Center tank, that's all good. Put the anti-collision lights on. 1544. 1500. Actually, we need another minute or two prior to our departure here. Velocity 1498. That's set. 37. Let's get our winds requested. Yeah, Slep, that's it. That's what I'm feeling. We'll just track direct MK. Perhaps Ovron is kind of there as a... we fly outbound from it initially, so we have a track line to kind of aim at, perhaps. Forecast 11,000. So this is going to be our descent into Brisbane. We'll worry about QNH there, we'll get into it a bit more. And we've checked the data, 4.8. Actually, that's kind of where the trim already is. Thank you, Slep. Velocity 1498, fully ready, request engine start.
Velocity 1498, start approved.
Start approved, Velocity 1498. Packs off. Get rid of the music. 4 engine start. Through 20. Engine 2 on. So about 1 hour 30 flight time again for the way back out of Hamilton to Brisbane. .707 liner, thanks buddy. I think I might actually depart with packs off for this, you know. Get a little bit of extra power out the engines for our departure. Now interestingly for this folks, those of you who track on New Sky, it hasn't actually recorded us off blocks yet. Radios change, engine change, lights changed. Okay, gens, happy days, Pro Pete's already on anyway, it's automatic so it doesn't matter if we forget that. Isolation valve automatic, APU bleed off, engine bleeds on. We'll put packs on for now to try and keep them cool. In the back, the self-loading cargo. APU off, flap 25. There we are, we're going for big flaps. We can do flight control surface checks as well while we're here.
Stations Hamilton Terminal information. Charlie is now current. Changes weather cab OK. Hamilton information Charlie.
Flap 25 green. We're going to go heading select mode active first. VNAV, auto thrust. Taxi lights on. Master caution, yeah, APU is off. We'll clear the bottom screen. Velocity 1498, request taxi.
Velocity 1498, taxi Alpha, backtrack, runway 14, report ready for departure.
Taxi Alpha, backtrack 14, report ready, Velocity 1498. Here we go. Neil's back. Hello again. I'll just taxi with a little bit of extra care there. Here. We look at the... where are we going? A little bit of a wiggle in the taxiway there. Separate tiller function, high flyer, no. Look at the ground details there. Dash 8. Spots for 717-200 as well, old school, wow. Just gonna come to a stop here, Remo, because I do want to try and get a really nice screenshot of the airport with us in the backdrop. That'll do. Yeah, the ATR will be epic, won't it? When that does arrive. Okay, we've been cleared to backtrack, so looking left and right. Bumps, lights, signs, elevations, set. One more test of that. Tiny little taxiway there at Echo, look. Maximum 15-metre wingspan for the little dinkies. Yeah, look at the groove textures on the taxiway and the runway, sorry, that's remarkably nice. And we'll follow the line. Oh, I've accidentally clicked the wrong button there. Velocity 1498 is ready for departure.
Velocity 1498. Surface winds 130 at 14 knots. Runway 14 cleared for takeoff.
Runway 14 clear for takeoff. Velocity 1498. One final glimpse, folks, before we rocket off. Look at the marina and that in the background. Wow. Let's go back to Brisbane. So, my brakes, controls visualizer, stick forwards, toga. Remember, packs are off for this.
Airspeed's alive.
Thrust set.
80 knots.
Lovely bit of acceleration here. Take pressure off the nose wheel. Look at this view, beautiful.
Rotate.
Oh, he does it easy on toga.
Positive rate of climb.
Gear up. How's that? Little bit of hand flying. Lap 25 makes all the difference. Trimmed perfectly for us as well there. That's set. That's good. Laps 15. And away we go. Leaving Hamilton. And velocity 1498 is airborne, 2,000 feet climbing.
Velocity 1498, not yet radar identified, just standby.
Packs. Oh, I had them on auto anyway.
Velocity 1498, radar identified, report level passing.
Passing 2,600 feet, velocity 1498.
Velocity 1498, thank you. You can actually monitor Unicom now, 122-08, control and identification services terminated, frequency change approved, out.
Roger, monitor Unicom 1228 for velocity 1498. Thanks for the ATC. Have a good night.
You too, says.
Up to 37. 1228. Runway turn off lights. Mission mode continuous off. We're going to go down here. Legs. Una. Oh no, actually, hold on. We're going direct MK, aren't we? Don't have arms. Climbing away, look at that. I saw your comment, Slep, saying surveillance goes down to about 3,500 and then below that he can't see us. I should have read that earlier. Yeah, we've wound the time back for today. Gives us the opportunity to kind of have some ATC, but also to enjoy the visuals. Look how stunning that was for our departure today. And the views climbing up and away out of Hamilton Island as well. Remarkably nice. So some more screenshots going to this sector as we fly back to Brisbane. And they'll all end up on Discord as well, of course. We'll pick 4 from today and pop them into our Twitter and all that sort of stuff, Instagram and Facebook pages that we have for the channel. How's the cabin pressure doing? Good, that's fine. So yeah, flap 15 would have had us rotate near to the threshold at the other end of the runway. We would have run out of room very quickly for that smooth rotation to avoid the tail strike. So for that reason we went with flap 25 and had ourselves an even greater margin for departure. Great to see so many of you guys absolutely loving that new scenery as well. AUscene's Hamilton Island releasing in only a few days from now. Let's pop the landing lights off. I keep looking at the packs thinking I may have turned them off again, but I obviously accidentally turned them all back on again as part of my flow without even realising. Through transition, standard pressure. Hamilton Island behind the tail there actually already. Zooming away. AUscene, thank you very much. Really appreciate you sending it over to us to have a little review and a live stream preview for everybody to enjoy. Great work. Good luck for the release as well. I'm sure everybody's going to really love it. And I'm looking forward to flying back actually and having a look at that GSX profile upon release that Impulse has been working on as well. Here's a question for you guys. Absolutely slept. And also more traffic as well by default. People will be wanting to experience and immerse themselves in that scenery. A question for you guys, a little bit unrelated. What is 75 Mile Beach? It's on the front of this livery and I'm very curious. There it is. 75 Mile Beach. Don't even know what it is. Haven't googled it myself. I'm sure somebody will know. One of our resident Aussies in the live chat. There's Mackay. That will be flying directly over the Orbex Mackay Airport scenery. A beach on Fraser Island, Noah says. Epic, there we go, thank you. Herbie said it's behind us. Of course it is. We've flown away from it. Oh dear. Similar to, well, actually about sort of 2 hours away, you could extend your flight up to Vanuatu. You could fly to Port Vila, or you could fly further north. You could go up to Port Moresby, Papua New Guinea, Cairns as well. Further north, roughly the same time, maybe about 45 minutes north from Cairns. Or to Cairns from Hamilton Island. You could fly to Rockhampton for some shorter trips. Longer trips down to Sydney as well, or Adelaide, Melbourne, Alice Springs, Darwin. Oh, 80 Mile Beach south of Broome is better. Oh yeah, I don't think our trip takes us through Broome on the way back, doesn't it? No. Ah well. But at least we know what that means. I did find myself ever curious about it. There's the Orbex scenery. Can't really see it from above though. It does the old sim zoomy thing where everything gets a bit washed out, like it would do in real life as well, looking down on the world below when we're flying in real life. You know, our eyes naturally can't pick out that detail, so it looks a little hazy. I think the sim does quite a good job of that. Mackay Airport is there. There she is. We flew into there a little while ago actually. It's been maybe a year since Orbex released that scenery below. Another nice small airfield in Australia. Challenging short runway. Makes it interesting. Again, a very small apron and a nice one. Ian says Spaghetti Junction Beach on the Osprey livery. There's nothing beachy about Spaghetti Junction, Ian. I've driven on that far too many times going up to RAF Cosford in the years gone by. Horrible, horrible junction to go and navigate around, that's for sure. On the M6 in Birmingham. So Brisbane, winds 200 degrees at 7 knots, QNH 1015, temperature is 18 degrees. No cloud detected, it says. 1015, We were expecting the Smoker 9 Alpha arrival for runway 19 right. So departure arrivals 19 right, Smoker 9 Alpha via Osoko. Active, done. Easy peasy, that's all done. That's going to give us a minimums of 220 feet, so we can set that. $220, and our estimated landing weight today is 63.2 tons. So we'll add that in as well. Using Bass Airplane Toolbox, it says flap 30 will be absolutely fine for approach. So we'll be flying in a little quicker, and here we can check our ILS frequencies and things as well. So comparing that against Navigraph once more, 1093 and course of 196. That matches what's in the FMS as well. That's good. We can then go one further and zip back to the arrival, the Smoker 9 Alpha. We want this chart here for 01 left or 19 right. So Smoker, OTGAT below 120. There it is. Garth at 8,000 at or above. And then heading eastbound, 102 degrees to Burpa, between 5 and 7,000 feet. Igbon at or above 4. Pambu max 230 knots. We can see that there, magenta, is a speed restriction in our FMS. It says there we're going to be around 3,500 feet, according to the VNAV calculations. At tracks at 3,000. Lavin, then a Soko max 185. So we can change that to 185 below, because it's a max speed. From there we can look at the charts. Soko wants us to be at 3,000 feet. So we can change the 3000A to 3,000. And execute like so. Soko to Lavin, that looks like a very short hop. It is 4 miles, my goodness, I don't want to be at 230 knots there. We'll do 180 there. Cool, and then it's going to want 2 on 2 at tracks, that'll do. That looks a lot nicer. From a Soko then, flying the ILS, 9.4 to the threshold at the glide slope, intercepting for 3 degrees. We've done the minimums, and the elevation we knew was the same, it's 15 feet, same as Hamilton, so we don't need to change that on the pressurization panel. Runway vacating though, again always important. Landing a bit quicker, we're probably going to vacate around Tango 9 or Tango 7 actually, potentially, but I think Tango 9 would be a safe bet for us. Still a fair bit of the runway left. We can use less auto brake and reverse idle as well there. Vacating up onto Sierra 10 Yankee, we'll taxi back into the terminal area. So what I will also do is on the taxi charts find the parking stands for the domestic apron, and we're going to pin those accordingly. Gate 39 is where we're going to be aiming, and that's right there. So we can see the more intricate taxi charts for the way in there. Auto brake 2 is probably going to be the most appropriate there. Arda, hello to you as well. Loving a bit of Microsoft Flight Simulator. Had a fix. Runway 19 right. We'll do 8 and 4. So we'll have 2 fixed rings in there too. Descent page is done. QNH 1015. Execute. I love the fact this is so in depth. You have to kind of manage the plane properly. Yeah, the Balties are second to none in Birmingham, that's for sure, Tim. The home of the Balti, actually. Peter says he's on his livery for Virgin Australia. He's got Little Beach on the nose of his. Where's Little Beach then? Straight on it, Herbies, Western Australia, southeast of Perth as well. Sounds like the liveries are actually fairly centric on that side of Australia then. Should get darkness back into Brisbane as well. It's going to be interesting to see what it all looks like there. With the Orbeck City Pack in the background. Beautiful departure out of Brisbane earlier as well, actually. For those of you who saw the start. It's fiery sunset as well, starting to come into play for us. We could be super eager and tune in the ILS frequencies here. So we could use, what was it, 1093? And the Brisbane VOR 113.2. 1093 and nav2 as well for the ILS. Brisbane again 1132 for the VOR. Course for the approach 196, we've got to set that up here. I would like to see Orbex fix London City, to be honest, as well, because they're just that's abandonware. Absolute abandonware scenery, that. Looks nothing like it, has never done since release, even looked remotely similar to the current London City. Even on release they said that it did, and they disputed the charts that we sent them at the time to prove that it wasn't correct. Prince Albert Dock's been in there since before Microsoft Flight Simulator was released, for example. Amazing below, look at that. Yeah, certainly a good Melbourne International Airport would be perfect for us to enjoy. Opens up some more routes around Australia, the big cities as well, we all like to explore. Kelby, welcome on board, thanks for subscribing. See what this looks like on the outside. There we go. Keep smashing the like button, folks, as well. If you've not already given us a little thumbs up but you've enjoyed today's live stream so far, do click like. And if you are sitting in the background thinking, he's alright, then make sure you hit subscribe below as well. Tomorrow, as we mentioned, for those of you who missed the beginning of today's live stream, we're going to be live again tomorrow, some point just after 1 o'clock UK time. We're flying out of the new Simulations Liege Airport in Belgium, the 6th biggest cargo airport in Europe. We're going to be flying TUI Fly's Belgium subsidiary on one of their routes in the 737-800 again, heading out of Liege for Paphos. No, not Paphos, Rhodes. I keep getting that confused. Yeah, so we're flying Liege to Rhodes for the first time to check out that new Simulations Liege Airport. We'll be flying into FSDG's Rhodes Island scenery as well. Another bit of payware scenery that's been out for about a year now. We haven't really checked it out yet. So we purchased that the other day as well, ready. Have a little look to see what that has to offer as well. We'll be on the VATSIM network as well, as always. It's going to get dark very quickly now. Darkness usually means that I stuff the landing because I find it harder in the sim to judge depth perception at night. $100 likes. Epic, guys. Thank you very much. $1,000 below. Yeah, I think they've kind of done the island, haven't they? Similar to, is it Fly Tampa Corfu, where they've done the whole island, very detailed. That we haven't flown into actually since I've had the new PC. Previously, my old computer really struggled with that Corfu payware scenery because it's the whole island plus the airport included, with animated ships and things like that as well. Let's whack her up to Mach 80 again. You're not clacking, you're slacking, as Matthew, one of our channel members, used to say. Airtime for this leg is only 1 hour 16, block time 1 hour 44. A little bit shorter with a bit of a half headwind, half crosswind, helping push us down south. I reckon we'll do reverse idle. Reverse idle and yeah, why not? We'll do auto brake 3 just to help slow the aeroplane down a bit quicker. Hey Matthew! It's almost as if it set an alarm off somewhere and you tuned in. What are the chances of that? Hello to you. Depending on where you are in the world, good evening, good morning, good day. Don't know if you're in Tokyo or back in the States or somewhere else entirely. Yeah, look at that. The light in the cockpit right now is stunning living on a player. And the reflections on the dash. So what we can do just before it gets dark is begin, I always talk about this when we start to fly into darkness, is begin to sort of set the aeroplane up for flights at night. So that'll be things like your displays. We want to start turning some of these down. When it does get darker, these at this setting will probably appear quite bright anyway still, so we will end up just turning some of them back down again a bit more, but for the time being we can get a setup ready. There we are, look at that. That is my favourite view in the 737-800 in the sim. Matthew, that's really great to hear. So Matthew, folks, is a real airline pilot. Originally helped me learn the CRJ. We spoke about it a few days ago. Might even been yesterday actually when we were flying the CRJ, to be fair. Helped me learn a number of tips and tricks and getting comfortable in that as quickly as I could, really. I'd flown the CRJ for years, and he's now currently flying the Boeing 767, but he's now moving on to another airline. Very exciting. I think in his words, I think you described it as one that's not necessarily going to go bust anytime in the next 40 years, which is always a good thing. Sounds like you're on to one of the big long-hauler twin aisles, more modern, like Dreamliner or A350-esque. So very exciting times ahead for Matthew. Very jealous of his office as well. I fly saying Diagoras or Rhodes Airport. It's meant to be really nice scenery because it's got more than the airport. It's got custom surroundings. I think we discussed that anyway. You can tell I've not had lunch today. Trying to fly a 737, having had a bag of crisps and a coffee, of course. Always a coffee. Mandatory checklist item. Tomorrow's simulation scenery is quite expensive as well. It's £22-ish, so about $30, which is quite a lot of money. Maybe but 26 US dollars for what is a very small airport, really. Bearing in mind too that we are limited with cargo options at the moment in the sim, but nevertheless, it does seem like they've done a really nice job on it. Whether it's worth £22 or so or not, 20 quid or not, I don't know. So we'll be going to check that out tomorrow. I'll be offering you guys my honest thoughts and opinion again prior to departure. instead of flying in, figured we could fly out of a new scenery for once as well, and fly somewhere else quite spectacular too. And we're going to have to start planning as well some ATR flights. So we've already got a couple of suggestions in Discord which sound really good. I need to get my head around the ATR as quick as I can, to be fair. New aeroplane, new techniques, new flows. Jeff's properly looking forward to it by the sounds of it. It's the which of the road sceneries are we flying to tomorrow? My goodness, I didn't know there were multiple options. We're flying into the FSDG roads, which I think has got the sort of ports and things modelled as well. The actual island has kind of been touched upon, as well as just the airport, in addition to the airport rather. Manchester to Dublin for E-Hawk to practice in the ATR for him. There goes the sun. Yeah, 100% impulse simulations. They're saying that the ATR, even though it's not really used in Australia, will help a lot more of the regional airports in the sim until there's a Dash 8 released. I'm not even confident a Dash 8 is going to come anytime soon, to be fair. Can't remember the developer that was making one now, but there was one being made by somebody. But we've had no updates for it. I was thinking flights along the lines of Birmingham to Shannon or something like that. They could be quite nice. Not sure about price, Lazaros. Kalispera. Not sure about the price of the ATR myself. Oh, just Sim Adam. They're fairly average. The FSDG scenery should be twice as good as the Just Sim one, based on usually what the levels of quality we get in their other sceneries in comparison. I think that's great. More types for you to learn as well, exciting. More notches on the license. I'm just looking forward to some Flybe operations. Matthew, I would imagine it's also possibly the biggest airline in the world. Version 3 Just Sim scenery for roads, interesting. The majestic Dash 8, yeah. As E-Hawk said though, we've heard nothing since from them, which is a real shame. Dash 8 would be great, wouldn't it? Imagine those ops into Innsbruck, Flybe Dash 8 ops into Innsbruck, and dashing around some of these regional airports in Australia. ATR though is going to be great for New Zealand. We'll be able to buzz around some of those domestic routes. That might be a great place to go and learn, actually. The quirks of the ATR. Auckland to Christchurch, or Christchurch to Wellington for those shorter, much shorter legs. Or we can squeeze her to Mach 8.1. Let's do that. We'll ride V&E for a little bit. Burn a bit more fuel. Been to Canary Sops as well, Tim. Great shout. Great shout. Yeah, Aer Lingus Regional with the ATR. Hops around Scandinavia as well. SAS operate the ATR as well. That's one of the route we did yesterday, in fact, is operated on an ATR, so that could be the perfect starter route. Ron saying, what is the best way to train for your landings without flying the entire route? Or doing all the MCDU inputs, I assume you mean there. I'd probably say initially set up and play around with the flight management computer, or the FMS, FMC, CDU, depending on the aircraft, but this FMC, FMS, play around with that for a little bit and set up your ADRS, make sure your GPS, everything's all aligned and verified, and I would set up a route just to do circuits. And you could literally do training touch and goes. You could do a departure and arrival being the same airport, and you could just fly touch and go. So you set up a few things, don't worry about the cruise altitude and things, make sure your fuel weight balance, everything is set. Jeff going for some Hawaiian Island ops. $80 miles to top of descent. So we'll give it another couple of minutes, then we'll pull the weather data in. We're expecting to see some nice scenery into Brisbane. To be fair as well, Ron, thinking about it, if we're doing circuits, it forces you could use either hand fly it, or you could actually use the autopilot system to level off at, say, 2,000 feet, activate heading mode, get used to navigating and changing the heading settings as well, and that way you can kind of get a feel for how the autopilot responds and works in the aeroplane whilst leveling off and flying a circuit. You could do an extended downwind leg and all that as well. And then each circuit you could try, so for example the VOR approach, you could try and learn the VOR systems over 2 or 3 circuits. You could go around and abort the landing if you want, so you don't necessarily have to fly the approach. You could just stay wings level, fly over the airfield, just keep trying again. Not on VATSIM of course, doing it offline. Same for the ILS, you could tune the ILS in and get used to the flows of getting the ILS armed and active so the aeroplane flies the approach nicely. That's how I would do it. It's a bit more of an intense way of learning it, but I feel like then you can kind of get your head around the systems a little bit quicker just by circuit bashing. Okay, let's pull the data. YBBN. Flight in. It's a tough one actually. I don't know. I've tried the Milviz or Blackbird Sim Cessna 310R, I think it is. I wasn't too impressed with that. I did a review at the time. They weren't happy with that review actually. Didn't find it that good. The 414, I haven't tried. I'm not sure. I don't think I've tried that anyway. The weather at Brisbane at the moment. Winds 210 degrees at 7 knots, all the 9s. Scattered cloud reported at 5,600 feet. Temperature 17 degrees. Dew point 12 degrees. and the QNH1015. And here's the question for you guys watching. Do we wind the time back to bring that sun further up in the sky, so we have a sunset arrival into Brisbane, or do we just leave it set to how we are and just have the sheer darkness below? It's deep in the night in Australia. Early morning, look. Where the little blue line is, that's the current live time in part of the world we're flying in at the minute. A couple of you saying late sunset. Ron saying keep it dark. Got VRF set, minimum set, local pressure set, ILS is tuned, nav course is tuned, auto brake 2 set, master caution test. What else we got? Landing elevation set, so pressure's all good. So the light that we've got over that side of the aircraft, that will disappear as we descend, because we are descending back towards the ground level. Curvature of the Earth against the sun means that we are basically making the sun sink deeper behind the horizon as we descend down. So it'll actually get darker, as dark as it is now at the front and the left. It will get that dark as well on the right hand side. Take the intensity out of those screens as well. We could wind the time back to real time as well, to be fair. We could have a look to see what it looks like at real time in Brisbane at the moment, early hours of the morning. Although we'd still be 4 or 5 hours in lieu of sunrise, so it would be pitch darkness. It's a bit more of a challenge flying at night, isn't it? Let's do that. So we've gone to live time now. Just default flight sim. We'll go down to... Where's my charts? You know what, we'll set continuous descent down to 3000. That's the darkness now. Super dark. Nautical miles to go. Seems quite far for top of descent, but it's the star that we're flying, Smoker 9 Alpha, which have got one of those earlier waypoints in the star requiring us to be at or below flight level 120 at OPGAT. So that's what the VNAV is targeting at the moment. Matthew saying he might be one of the few that actually seek out red eyes when bidding my schedule. Wow. I put it in 90% of the industry probably hate red eyes, so you must be in the very small minority. Also, you may have noticed we're actually above the VNAV profile. VNAV profile's there, look, the little magenta arrow. Now, I'm not too fussed, so I'm not using speed brake to actively chase to get that back on track. If we look here on the right of the nav display, we're 1,000 foot above the profile at the moment. That is variable, it's changing. But it was 1,200-300, it then narrowed, so we're just sort of monitoring it. As we get closer to the altitude target, I might intervene a bit more and add in speed brake. I was actually losing the VNAV profile a little bit more there, but the wind is slightly changed. We've got plenty of miles to kind of sort ourselves out anyway. And I would assume this large, massive light pollution on the horizon is Brisbane loading in. Must be. Water brake 2, doing flap 30. There's OPGAT. About 75 miles from now, we've got to be at or below flight level 120 for that one. I mean, the Orbex Brisbane cityscape should look really good at night time, so it'll be interesting to see what that looks like in the hours of darkness as we return back to Brisbane. Hugh, no you don't. Live weather, yes. So Hugh's asking, do you have to have in real life time and real weather on in VATSIM? So if you're flying on the VATSIM network, yes, absolutely, you have to have live weather. But the time doesn't matter too much. The weather is the important thing. Otherwise it causes all sorts of havoc. You end up flying different QNHs than everyone else. The whole thing becomes a mess. And certainly the busier events, it becomes even worse, a bit more of a mess. It's absolutely always on VATSIM fly with real weather, live weather. The time doesn't matter. Badger, good work. Scoinsy, hello buddy. Nice, getting in some OT. Bit of overtime for you, absolute bandit. Yeah, I mean that's a good point actually, as Johan has said. There's another point worth mentioning. When you're flying events like Cross the Pond or Cross the Ditch, you're flying oceanic sectors and they require times. Oceanic can be a little bit of a headache sometimes, but if you're required to do position reports, they need to know what time in Zulu you're going to cross each coordinate across, say, the Atlantic Ocean. Everybody therefore has to be on live time as well, so live weather and live time for things like that. That's a good point actually, Johan, thanks for mentioning that. The controllers will need to sequence everybody based upon the time estimates crossing the next waypoints, and they're all going to be based in Zulu. So if everybody's then flying on different times for those sort of flights, then it makes an entire mess of it. So what you would have to then do is actually try and calculate the time that you're flying on, what the time would actually be in the real time in then Zulu if you're in a different part of the world to the UK. So the easiest thing to do for position reports, things like Oceanic, Cross the Ditch, Aaron, is Auckland to Sydney and or Sydney to Auckland. Cross the Pond would be that big VATSIM event that we have through the year, twice a year, eastbound and westbound over the Atlantic. Yeah, for those of you who fly VFR as well, that's a good point. Flying VFR and you're crossing controlled airspace, you might be asked to cross at certain times or route via certain VORs or something at certain times. Therefore real time again is really important for that too. Yeah, there's no CPDLC inside PMDG aircraft add-ons, certainly in MSFS yet. Whether or not that then becomes a thing, or when the Universal Flight tablet that they're developing comes out, who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But currently, you can't. There's no form of ACARS or CPDLC inside PMDG 737s in MSFS. 2,400 feet above profile at the moment, so we're descending. I'm actually going to use a little bit of speed brake now as well, just to kind of help try and get the aeroplane back onto the VNAV profile. Now that profile is starting to come back towards our position there as well. Look. Matthew, flying in real life, London did that to him a few weeks ago. I had no idea they could do that until the message gave me the option to load the reroute into my FMC. I bet that probably saved about 15 odd minutes though, right? There we are. That's coming in quite nicely now actually, look. tailwind's dropped off 7 knots, but it is a pure tailwind, 100% tailwind, 7 knots, 307 degrees, pushing us towards Brisbane. .20 miles to Ott Gap. We should achieve at or below flight level 120, but even if we don't, it doesn't really matter that much, to be fair. Matthew. Now, if only Tokyo could do the same instead of insisting on using high frequency to voice communicate a reroute to us in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, that would probably be quite nice, wouldn't it? It's a question I had the other day, actually. So I've visited Japan a lot in the past. Never spoke to ATC though. However, on VATSIM they've got particularly strong accents. And somebody said the other week when we flew into Haneda on an event, how do you understand them? Surely they don't have that level of depth to the accent in real life. And I said that they do. It would be interesting to know if ATC in real life, in your experience, Matthew, has a similar strong accent. I'm actually going to wind the time ever so slightly forwards into sunrise, just to tickle us with a little bit of light coming in. Johan, no. Do check out the middle of the flight today though. Hamilton is absolutely spectacular. AUScene have done an amazing job with it. So that's going to be releasing in a few days. When we checked it out, we explored a lot of the island. It is really, really good for pay-where scenery. Have you flown into Rio de Janeiro yet, Matthew? That is one location I've flown into where the controllers really messed it up. We almost had a mid-air incident. Don't want to say almost had a mid-air collision, but no. But more so that, well, it depends on the country really. It might be different elsewhere, but in the UK it's more so to help communication between passengers that may be speaking native languages on certain routes. Oh, Adam, yeah, you're missing out, buddy. Australia and New Zealand are both incredible to fly around in the sim. Does make you want to visit. Let's switch that time up a bit more. Get some of that fiery sunrise going on. Brisbane up ahead, big old plume of light pollution. Definitely, Adam. If you can stretch to get Christchurch, Christchurch is worth the money. It's really cool. Johan saying the city lights in the distance look so good in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Got the belts, seatbelt signs on, landing elevation is good. Cabin's depressurising normally. Garth now as well, so where are we? On the star. We're actually splitting on the transition to 19 left on the Smoky 9 Alpha now. Brisbane traffic, velocity 1498, Boeing 737-800 over Garth. Flight level 110, descending on the Smoky 9 Alpha on our arrival, expecting ILS approach runway 19 left, QNH 1015 will report Betso, Brisbane traffic. Correction, ILS 19 right will report Lavin. Through transition. Almost got the wrong frequency there, the wrong runway. So there's two charts of the Smoker 9 Alpha. One of them's for 01 right, 19 left. One of them's for 01 left, 19 right. We're flying on 19 right, but I've clicked 19 left by accident, not noticing. Let's flick the bar. Landing lights, runway turn-off lights. How are we doing outside? Whoa, they're bright. Jeez. My god, they are so bright. Actually hurt my eyes. But you know when something's so bright you can't stop looking at it? That's literally what I just had happen to me. There's the city. Bright like a Chisinau sunset. Flight him, that's a nice way of doing it. Saying there he's been flying the upgraded just like PA28 recently. Had a huge update the other week, didn't it? Plonking himself somewhere obscure, it's such an eye-opener, the breadth of detail in obscure places. Yeah, you've got to get out and explore the sim. "19 miles direct." We've got our fixed rings there for 8 miles, 4 miles for the approach. Let's get my seat sorted out as well. QNH 1015. VREF 146, 151 for approach. And the ILS is active in nav 2 at the moment. We're still tracking Brisbane's VOR on nav 1. For the missed approach procedure here at Brisbane on 19 right, track 196 degrees at BBZNH. 2.2 DME from the threshold outbound, not below 500 feet, turn right track 226 degrees, climb to 4,000 feet or as directed by ATC. We're going to be landing auto brake 2 flap 30, aiming to vacate Tango 7, we might vacate Tango 9, in fact we were going to switch, weren't we, reverse idle auto brake 3 to vacate at Tango 7, sorry. So a little bit more braking involved. Ah, it's proper remote high fly air. Ill-equipped, wow. There's the runway. Crikey, we're already on it. $6,000. Vertical speed mode. It's going to start to self-vector here, I think. 3,000 at Socko. Get rid of the music for now as well, we don't need that. It's time to focus. $1,500 per minute should do us. Lights, signs, cabin attend. Pop the logo light on as well, why not? It is night time now. That's a bit better. Yes, and then one final check of my favourite image, or my favourite camera setting. 5000, 196. Lap 5.
Brisbane traffic, Cessna 822, passing through 9,000 feet on the Go Mile 2 Alpha arrival for runway 1911.
166, heading mode. Approach mode is armed. Wow, it's gone active already. Lock's active, glide slope's armed. We're below the glide slope at the moment. That's good. Aiming for 3,000 by Osoko. Speed brake is armed and set. Flaps 5 at the moment. Speed's 218. 206 as the limiting speed for flaps 10. 14 miles. Brisbane traffic velocity 1498 is 14 miles established ILS. Runway 19 right. Brisbane traffic. $180. Approach active, CMD A and B are good. We're going to make sure that's set to 196 as well for the missed approach. 12 miles, level at 3,000. That's set now with, we want altitude hold to engage. It is active on the annunciator. Flaps 10. 11 miles. Gear down. Continue the flap extension to flap 15. 4,000 is set for missed approach. Altitude is holding at 3,000. Now hold is set. Water brake set. Gear down 3 green and locked. 190 is the limiting speed for flaps 25. Yeah, the default incandescence, Tim. $160 till 4. Flaps 30. So that's our final flap setting selected and green. Control visualizer down the bottom left so you can see the inputs again, folks, and we're going to get the nav and everything all set up ready. So we're looking pretty good actually. Everything's stable, everything's set. 7 miles. We'll maintain 160 until 4 DME. And let's, where are we now? 2,000 feet, so let's get the auto thrust off, my throttles. Make sure I've got that set right. Gonna let the speed trickle down here. What do we want? 146, 151, add in the 5. Just trickling away a little bit there. And at 1,800 feet, let's add the challenge a bit more. Autopilot off. My controls. So it's pointless looking at the runway We can see 2 red, 2 white, that's great, but we are a little further away. It's difficult to get that depth perception at night as well, so all I'm staring at the moment is the primary flight display. Tiny little control adjustments. But bearing in mind we had the aeroplane trimmed on approach, it should give us very little work to do if we've got this set up right. iFly says, how do you judge the throttle position when you switch the auto throttle off? That's a good question. Usually I'll just quickly look at the engine indications and I set the thrust as quick as I can.
1,000.
We've now got about 5 knot crosswind and a 5 knot headwind for us. That is variable actually now, that's just changed 170 at 11, so throwing us around a little bit. Brisbane traffic velocity 1498 is 2 mile final ILS, 19 right. See an aircraft there taxiing on the taxiway in the middle of the airport.
500.
Bit more power, just to hold 150 and to take the rate of descent off. We're on the glide slope nicely still.
Plus 100. Minimums.
Continue. There's the touchdown aiming point.
100. 50.
That's what we want, over the threshold. Idle, hold the flare.
10.
Reverse. Idle, green. And decelerating, auto brake 3. Speed's good. Stick forward to help the nose wheel.
That's 822, 10 miles
We've missed
final, runway 19 left. Brisbane.
Tango 7. That's fine. 70 knots. 50 knots. High speed exit, so we come off the auto brake. Up here, we'll start getting the APU fired up as well. Get rid of the control visualizer. Top left, you can see our landing rate and our touchdown actually, really nice. Slightly off centre line there though, but otherwise in the right zone. Speed brake, get rid of that, flaps back to 0. Brisbane traffic velocity 1498, it's vacated, Tango 9, taxiing to gate 39 via Sierra 10, Yankee, Bravo and Charlie 3 Tango. APU still firing up actually, that's good. Repeats off. Taxiing. You know what I might not have on? Taxi light.
Brisbane traffic, Jetstar 822.
That's better.
Miles final, runway 19 left. Brisbane.
Matthew says, good flying like a pro, thank you very much. I always find I end up learning something on each flight, or most flights at least, to be fair. non-pilot pilot, hello to you. Saying that was amazing. So is the computer's frame rates, both buttery and smooth. There's jet starts on final there, look. On one line left. Let's get rid of traffic mode, don't need that on. Actually, we could probably turn that on to standby. GSX then, so let's fire her up. What do we want? Echo part. No, gate 39. With snake dock. Nope. This parking is too small. No, actually, it hasn't said that. Brilliant. Put the VORs off. Let's get rid of the ILS for now as well. Stop pinging that all the time. And the flight directors can come off. APU's been on for a little while now, so let's run the APU air for bleed. Yeah, I mean the landing light, I think Adam mentioned about the nose wheels, the runway turn-off lights and things like that on the aircraft. I actually think they're pretty bright. They're as bright as they need to be. There's a Jetstar just through the trees. Brian asking what 4090 card do I have? It's I think it's a pallet. GeForce RTX 4090. The VRAM it's got is 24 gigabytes of VRAM. It's huge. A really powerful card. Long old taxi in. We need to pop these back on auto. Yeah, we did actually. Look at us. Check us out. Pro pilots.
Brisbane traffic, Jetstar 822, vacated runway 19 left. Brisbane.
So this right's going to be Whiskey 2, we don't want that one. Next right's Whiskey 1, we don't want that, so we want the third right, including the one we're on now, passing. On to Bravo. Yes, hopefully you guys have all enjoyed today. Exploring the new scenery from AUScene, that fantastic Hamilton Island releasing on the 22nd of April for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Really stunning location, spectacular scenery. Lots of little details that really made that scenery stand out as something quite spectacular.
Brisbane traffic, Jetstar 822, taxiing to gate 25 via Bravo 6, Bravo Charlie 3. Brisbane.
He might be in my way. Slash I might be in his way. Where's my parky charts? Yeah, so I want Charlie 4. So what I might do is I might cut in early. The heck? There's a VDGS there just floating in the sky. Who made this profile? Absolute cowboys. Oh no, he's going in early. Matthew, it's incredible. Running everything. So Brisbane here, for example, Orbex Brisbane was, I think I was lucky to get about 12 frames per second on my old system in 1080p. I'm now able to run it in 4K, output the stream to you guys in 2K 60 frames per second, and I'm currently getting 56 frames per second, 57 frames per second. It shows you how badly this Orbex Brisbane scenery is though, because I'm using 91% VRAM, which is insane. That's more by 20% than JFK by any builds. But it is buttery, silky smooth. Paired with the right CPU and the RAM as well, Matthew, it's an absolute powerhouse. Charlie 4 is what we want. Oh, it can do everything. That's what's remarkable about this, the scenery, the graphics card and the new PC. It's an absolute powerhouse. It's handled everything we've thrown at it remarkably well. Charlie 5, there's the custom sign. Charlie 5, there. Ah, chuffing heck. Round we go. Oh, actually, we're going 39, aren't we? Yeah, so actually, we'd be good. We'll use the correct entry. Hi, Fly. So the CPU that I've got is an AMD Ryzen 9 7900X. It's again a remarkably powerful CPU. Gate 39, 38 to 39. There's 39 there. Happy days, and the VDGS is active. Ah, perfect, Matthew. You're gonna love it. Make sure you got a 4K screen, and this sim is gonna blow your mind. As we said earlier on, I'm finding that I'm exploring parts of the world that I've flown around in the sim time and time again in the previous system, but now with this high range PC able to run 4K effortlessly, the sim is like a whole new simulator again. The graphics are just mind boggling. They look so realistic at times. Yeah, that's it, Brian. DDR5 RAM. So I've got 64 gig spread across two 32 gig cards. They're only clocked, I say only, still even more powerful, wildly powerful compared to my old RAM, my old system, but they're clocked at 5200 megahertz, I think it is. Give the engine's a little bit of a bump there just to help speed her up. That'll do. Stop marker. Let's get them ground services connected as well. So what have we got here? GSX.
The boarding requested.
So we can pop round to New Sky, show you guys the score and the report from the end of our flight today, see what we've got. So close. 10, love it. Ever so slight deviation on the touchdown there, but otherwise a perfect score. Happy days. 10 and 10 today. Epic. That's going to get to work getting rid of all of the cargo, both the cargo in the hold and the self-loading cargo. This is the domestic terminal though as well, so they're actually boarding via stairs here. Like so. We pan this round enough, we will see it, and they'll head off into the doors, the terminal just on the left of the screen in a wee moment. Part of the custom profile, apparently that is what happens here. Although we seem to be missing some stairs there. See where the passengers come out of. I'm curious now. Apparently 25 have disembarked. I can't see any. Oh well. There we have it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. AUScene's Hamilton Island, really spectacular bit of scenery. So we flew out of Brisbane earlier on. Stunning departure over the city, off to Hamilton Island. That tricky approach. Their Skiathos of Australia really is how we described it as well. It certainly played out that nicely as well. Short runways, very small apron, and all that sort of stuff. Join us tomorrow, folks, as well. We're going to be off to Simulations Liege in Belgium. There's some TUI Fly Belgium ops in the 737-800 across to Rhodes. Good couple of hours in the cruise to chat stuff and go through bits and bobs. Thank you to everybody who's hit like and subscribe today as well, and all of our channel members appreciate the ongoing support as always. In the meantime, as always, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you same time tomorrow. Some more Microsoft Flight Simulator magic. It's a good timing for our Delta. Screw it. See you later, folks. Thanks for watching. See you soon.